Welcome. Our theme, the vulnerable world technocalypse. We're asking the question, is the world doomed by technology? No, this is not an advertisement for an old Schwarzenegger film. It's actually a very serious subject. As a matter of fact, this topic is being discussed and sliced and diced by some of the leading minds in the world. And in fact, that's going to be our starting point tonight. The University of Oxford, when you talk about educational institutions, you can't get any more serious than the University of Oxford. It goes back as far as 1096 and sometime before that. It is the oldest university in the English-speaking world and maybe the entire world. It is quite huge, as you can see. It has a huge budget. Last year, it had a total income of £2.45 billion and took in £624.8 million in research grants and contracts. So many of the world's elite businesses, governments, turn to the University of Oxford for enlightenment. Oxford has a wide range of notable alumni, including 23 prime ministers of the United Kingdom and many heads of state and governments around the world, 72 Nobel Prize laureates, and we could go on and on. You couldn't find, I don't believe, a place that is more prestigious in the academic world or better connected with the luminaries of the world system. This is Professor Nick Bostrom. He's a professor at Oxford University, and he's the director of something called Oxford Future of Humanity Institute. And he and his institute concern themselves with questions of world importance and actually existential questions about the world. And as you can see here in Wired magazine, it's highlighting Nick Bostrom and what he and his institute are doing with the theme, technology that could end humanity and how to stop it. Technology ending humanity is, in fact, what a technocalypse is. It's hard to say. Let's hope it's hard to happen. But Nick Bostrom doesn't think so. And he's thinking, and a lot of other pretty high-powered people are thinking that we need to do something about this threat. Here's a paper that Nick Bostrom wrote as part of the work of his institute. It's called The Vulnerable World Hypothesis. This is what we're going to look at and discuss tonight, the vulnerable world hypothesis. And it's a fairly lengthy paper, but he has an illustration that he uses that kind of gets to the heart of what this is all about. It's this illustration of an urn. And not too long ago, a radio personality described this very well. So I have a video of that for you I'm going to share with you.
Are you familiar with the philosopher Nick Bostrom?
Yeah.
So Nick is a very unusual and very smart guy who focuses on questions of existential risk. And he recently wrote a paper, or at least I recently read this paper. I don't know when he wrote it, but I think it's recent, titled "The Vulnerable World Hypothesis." And what he imagines is, what he asks you to imagine is that we have an urn in front of us. He calls it the urn of invention. And the urn is filled with colored balls. And we have been reaching into this urn rather compulsively, lo these millennia, pulling out either white or gray balls. And the white balls are inventions, pieces of technology, memes, cultural norms, institutions that have no real downside, right? These just make our lives better. And the gray balls are inventions, and they're like that have benefits and costs, right? So, being able to split the atom is one, right? You can produce energy, but it can produce bombs and, waste when you produce energy. And so there are goods and harms that come from these inventions. What he asks us to consider is that there's a black ball, or perhaps many black balls, in the urn of invention, and we just haven't pulled one out yet. And a black ball is a technology which is synonymous with the end of civilization, right? And he goes into great detail about what sort of thing this might be and what we would need to do to stabilize civilization in the face of this possibility. And so, the first thing you're asked to acknowledge is that it seems rather plausible that there is a black ball or two in the urn of invention, right? There are things we could discover that we can't undiscover that could spell our doom, because it becomes so easy for one deranged person to destroy the lives of millions or billions. So, one example is that he calls it the easy nukes case. Just imagine if it were just a fact of nature that splitting the atom is much easier than it in fact is, and it turns out it only took taking two pieces of glass and a magnet and running some electric current through it, and then you've got an atom bomb, right? Now, if it were that easy to make an atom bomb, 1 in a million people would make one, more or less every day of the week, and we would just see cities going up in mushroom clouds, right? It would be the end of civilization if it were that easy to make an atom bomb. So we're just lucky that it's hard enough to refine the fuel, and to build bombs, certainly large bombs. If climate change were going to be much worse than it seems likely to be, if we were talking about a 20-degree centigrade rise in temperature over the course of the next 50 years, unless we got our act together, it just may in fact be the case that we can't get our act together in the face of that risk, and we're done for, right? So we're relying on luck in many, many places. But the punchline of this essay is that the only scenario whereby we can actually deal with this risk and respond to it should it come to pass. Should we have the time to realize that we have pulled a black ball from the urn, is to have what he calls a state of turnkey totalitarianism and hyper-technological surveillance, obviously enabled by some AI that we have not yet built, but he's imagining us surveilling one another at all times in as reasonable way as possible, with the data anonymized in all the ways we would want it anonymized, but basically to deliver a system where we could intrude on your behavior very, very quickly, Minority Report style, where there's an AI at every moment of the day watching what you're doing with your hands, right? In a world that has pulled the black ball. If it is trivially easy for anyone in this room to weaponize the flu of 1918 because all the data is out and you've got something on your desktop that can do it, right? And we can't uninvent this thing, then we need to know what you're doing with your hands. So the net result of this essay, to suddenly make me open-minded to something which, if described in the absence of having considered the urn of invention and some of these examples, sounds like just the most dystopian horror show imaginable. A perfect surveillance and an ability to turn on totalitarianism at a moment's notice. How could that be at all desirable it becomes at least potentially desirable if you grant that it may in fact be the only stable state for civilization in light of what we're currently doing. And what we're currently doing is just reaching into the urn and pulling things out as fast as we can without giving any thought really to what's going on.
Pretty scary, don't you think? On more than one level. When I came across this and realized where it was from, I was stunned, to tell you the truth. You know, it took Western civilization over 1,000 years to break free from the Dark Ages, to break free from totalitarianism. As a matter of fact, Oxford was still a university back then, during the Dark Ages. And it had a role in bringing us out of the Dark Ages. And so it is absolutely stunning to me that a suggestion could come out of Oxford University actually advocating for global totalitarianism on a level the world has never seen. Global totalitarianism where literally every single action you do is observed and can be instantly stopped. When I put a few other things into this mix, say for instance, Elon Musk's company, an invention, whereby people can have their brains directly connected to the internet. You're being watched all the time. You do something whoever's on the other end of that wire doesn't like. Boom. The lights go out. Is that really a solution? Well, we're going to talk about that a little bit more a little later, but we want to take this thing in order. So let's talk about this entire proposal, to be fair about it. So we have the white balls, first of all, in this illustration. And these are being drawn out of the urn. These, of course, are discoveries, inventions that are supposed to be totally beneficial. And myself, I question whether there are any inventions that are totally beneficial. Certainly, many things have been designed to be totally beneficial. But I've seen mankind be so creative in the way that they can use things to cause harm and destruction. I don't think really there's anything that can be invented by man that cannot also be harmful. So I think the white balls are more of a hypothetical idea than a reality in our world. So really, I think most of the balls are gray. And these are discoveries and inventions that are both harmful and beneficial. So some things directly are that way, and you can tell that right away. Like, for instance, knives. Knives are very useful. We cut up vegetables, do all kinds of good work with knives. When I was a kid, I used to carry a penknife in my pocket and used to whittle sticks with it. But people also do bad things with knives, don't they? So it's kind of in the gray area. Gunpowder, the same thing. You know, for a long time, and even today, people have used and do use gunpowder as a means of securing food for their family. Not a bad thing, but I don't have to tell you how otherwise gunpowder can be used that's not so good. Money. Money can be a good thing if it's used wisely, but the love of money is the root of all evil. Computers. I spend a good part of my day in front of a computer, and I hate it every minute. I don't hate what I'm doing, but I hate the computer. I feel like I'm fighting with it all the time. And I feel like I don't really own it. Do you know what I mean? My computer seems to be always wanting to tell me what to do instead of doing what I want it to do. So I kind of see my computer as in this gray area. I need to use it for beneficial purposes, but trust me, I'm not in love with it. Then we have the black balls. We hope there's not too many in there because they're catastrophic. As soon as they get pulled out of the urn, they have the potential of destruction of our world. Now, when I heard this illustration, I'm thinking there are some existing technologies that may already be catastrophic to our world, and it's just a matter of time. For instance, I'm sure you thought of this one. This comes immediately to mind, doesn't it? Global atomic destruction. It could happen very rapidly. It could be a cascade effect with many nations participating. And very soon, in a matter really of minutes, the whole world could be turned into a cinder. And according to the doomsday clock, we're only 100 seconds away on that clock from this happening out of the potential of 12 hours. That's very uncomfortable. But that's not the only technological threat that we're facing. It just is the most obvious one. There's really a lot more, and it's because of our vulnerable world, friends. In our vulnerable world, we are over-dependent on the system. You know, there was a time when every family had a family farm, and they were able to take care of themselves for the most part. That is a thing of the past for almost everybody. We are totally dependent on the system. We probably don't even know everything we're dependent on. Just in time, the just-in-time supply chain. You don't really think about that. You think you can just go to the supermarket and get what you want whenever you want. But the reason it works that way is because everything is planned to be shipped just in time. As long as the system's working, it's great. But what happens if the system goes down? What if it goes down for an extended period even? Then what are you going to eat? Once people can't eat, the world gets very ugly. So something as simple as the supply chain can be a big problem. We've had some disruptions lately in the supply chain, and thankfully it hasn't been with the staples we need to survive, but it has been enough of a reminder to us for us to realize that things like medical supplies and even the humble toilet paper is something we rely upon, but if the supply chain breaks down, you don't have it. Imagine if it's everything in the store. Electronic money. How much cash do you have in your pocket right now? Let's say there was a global disruption of electronic money. How long would it take before you literally could not survive? What about if you need a crisis response? Because let's face it, if you don't have what you need to survive and you're in a crisis, you need somebody to help you. What about those people in Louisiana, in Hurricane Katrina, that were trapped in the big stadium? Thousands of them. Can you imagine that? What if that happened to a whole country, to the whole world? We are so dependent on the system. And of course, if you have a massive breakdown in the system, and society reacts to that harshly, you could have a cascading effect of violence throughout the world that could literally destroy civilization. So system failure is a huge thing. Well, what could cause that? How about a global internet crash? Any system is literally impossible to rule out every conceivable threat. The nature of catastrophe is exactly that. You don't see it coming. I thought this was interesting that it has been studied that the average American relies on the successful operation of more than 250 computers every day. Every day. So just conducting your life, you are subject to 250 computers every day. Considering how I feel about my own computer, I'm not pleased with that. And of course, the majority of that is internet connections. This is our world today. If the internet crashes, it literally could lead to a catastrophic failure, not just of the internet, but of civilization. A stock market collapse can have major impact. It can be much worse than what we experienced in 2008. Much worse. It may get much worse. A satellite cascade. I'm thinking this is not something we think a lot about. But of course, our entire system today depends on satellites. Communications, electronic communications are absolutely vital to the survival and the everyday operation of our system. If you take the satellites out of the picture, then everything crashes and goes down. And this is something that can happen. The Union of Concerned Scientists, isn't that an interesting name, Union of Concerned Scientists? They would know what to be concerned about, I'm thinking. And they think we should be concerned about this. They say there are over 1,100 active satellites in orbit, with around 60% of them used for communications. And then an additional 2,500 inactive satellites circling the Earth too. So the possibility of this cascade getting started is very real. However, we're going to add to that because Elon Musk wants to put tens of thousands of satellites blanketing the Earth. And Jeff Bezos, he wants to put a whole bunch of them up there too. And a number of other billionaires also are planning this. So the number of satellites that are in orbit right now is going to be totally dwarfed by the number they have in mind. And one expert says the worst case is this: you launch all your satellites, you go bankrupt, and they all stay there. Then you have thousands of new satellites without a plan of getting them out of there, and you would have a Kessler type of syndrome. In other words, a cascade where they start bumping into each other and then, like dominoes, just taking them all out. That could happen. Power grid blackout. Well, we have these from time to time in different places, and they're never fun. People do die sometimes because of blackouts, because they don't have enough heat, or where they are is too hot and they don't have any cooling. A series of blackouts in India impacted 700 million people, 10% of the world. If you had a total blackout, that's a technocalypse. Oil and gas disruptions. The world is dependent on oil and gas. What we've got here is a disruption from COVID-19. You've got all of these tankers just anchored off the coast because there's such a glut of oil, there's nowhere to put it. Imagine the opposite scenario. You know, things can change in ways that we never could have imagined. This picture is one of those things. You know, I lived through the shortage of gas in the 70s. We had long lines waiting at the gas tank to get gas, and we were paying way too much for it. And when you've lived in that world, and then you look at this picture, you think, whoa, things can really change. They can change really fast. They have changed really fast, haven't they? I always thought this was a very scary possibility. A water supply attack. This seems to be a favorite of TV shows and movies as well, because we're so vulnerable regarding water. We absolutely have to have it in order to live. Do you have a well? You might have a well where you live. Most of us don't now. We depend on that water company to pump that water to us all the time. What happens when that stops? What if there's a coordinated attack deliberately taking out the entire infrastructure? Well, that sounds pretty ridiculous if you had to send people all over the place to do it. But in the computer age, that's a whole different story. If you can get a computer virus into all these different systems, you totally can take down the entire system. And don't think it can't happen. Don't think it can't happen. There was an attack against Yahoo, and the attackers literally got a hold of half of this country's data of the people in the country. This is a huge problem. And let me say this too. We have quantum computing coming. Quantum computing works in an entirely different way. The encryption that we're all depending on to keep out the bad guys, quantum computing can break through that in seconds. As a matter of fact, it can go backwards into other things that you already have out there on the internet, things you've forgotten about that are under encryption, and obtain data and information that was never meant for anybody to have, but quantum computing opens all the doors. Big problem. And then, of course, we all hear about the rogue AI, right? Don't we have an interesting future coming up? Isn't technology such a great thing? At best, it's in the gray area, isn't it? At best. Yes, it does have some benefits, but the downside, just one time, could be a real killer. As a matter of fact, you know what? It is a real killer. Since 1970, we've lost 52% of the Earth's bird, mammal, fish, reptile, and amphibian population. Entire species are dying out at a rapid rate. What is the cause? Well, the people who are causing it don't want you to know what the cause is. And you know, they're the ones that fund all the studies and basically hold the reins of power. So they want to keep this in the gray area. Because if we found out about the chemicals that they're putting into the food and into our environment that ends up in the water, that ends up all through our environment. Things like plastics, GMOs, electromagnetic radiation. How about that? Can you imagine when we add, like, I don't know, 60,000 satellites all beaming microwave energy towards the Earth? How much worse that will be? Here's just one indication of how dangerous electromagnetic radiation is. There was a study done. The scientific journal Human Reproduction published a shocking finding in 2017. The bottom line, sperm count has halved in Western civilization since the 1970s. Sperm count has dropped by over half. And it's getting worse because guys are doing what you see in the picture. Everybody's carrying around a cell phone. And it's literally cooking men's sperm. And many men are becoming infertile because of carrying the cell phone around, let alone holding it to the side of your head, friends. Electromagnetic energy, it is very helpful in many ways, but it is very harmful in many ways as well. And the amount of electromagnetic energy that's being beamed out at this point in time is only going to get so much more than it is right now. Can you say 5G? Can you say Starlink? If the animals have already died off by 50% in the world, if we're literally becoming infertile as human beings, what does that tell you about the future of the world in this situation? To me, we're already in a black ball situation. It's just a matter of time. Then we have designer bugs. This is the new favorite because it's during this last decade that the ability to do this has been perfected. As this article points out, new tools from the field of synthetic biology could endow scientists with the frightening ability to design and manufacture maximally dangerous pathogens, leapfrogging natural selection. Leapfrogging nature is how I would put it. And it also says, no obvious physical or biological constraints preclude the construction of such potent biological weapons. According to biosecurity expert Piers Millett, if you're deliberately trying to create a pathogen that is deadly, spreads easily, and that we don't have appropriate public health measures to mitigate, then that thing you create is amongst the most dangerous things on the planet. I guess I should let you read it too. That's really scary because you know what that's saying to me? A year ago, we were warned. A year later, it happened. Humanity has drawn the black ball from the urn. At this point, we're all very fortunate, actually, because the bioweapon that was released into the world that brought the world to a halt isn't killing very many people in comparison to what could be happening. Now, I don't mean to minimize the deaths because they're horrible. But the truth is, to me, it looks more like a shot across the bow than the main event. because it would be possible. The people who did this could do it. It would be possible to make a synthetic virus that was far more deadly, that would kill virtually everybody. That could happen. We should be very concerned about this because this is something real. This is happening in our world right now. I can understand why they keep trying to put a lid on this to keep us from knowing that this is a synthetic virus. But if you dig, the information's out there. I have presented the information too. And there's no doubt that this was sliced and diced and put together for a specific purpose. This is the black ball, dealing with genetics, rearranging the building blocks of life. Why couldn't that destroy the world? And here is sort of a big category. The black ball could be the catastrophic technology we don't know about yet. You see, there could be other things that we don't know. And when they're discovered, they could be immediately catastrophic. Because that's where we're at, friends. That's where we've come to in the 21st century. Nobody is controlling these people. Nobody is stopping these people. They're doing whatever they think they can make a buck on. This is a very dangerous situation. This is a vulnerable world. And actually, this has been known for decades that the world is a vulnerable world and it's headed for trouble. I have a little video I want to share with you from 1972.
It's not some science fantasy effect from 2001. This electronic display emanating from Australia's largest computer is a picture of the condition, past, present and future of planet Earth. The program was originally devised by a scientist working from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, Jay Forrester. It was developed under the auspices of the Club of Rome by an MIT research team to present a complex model of the world and what we humans are doing to it. The program, called World 1, doesn't pretend to be a precise forecast. What it does for the first time in man's history on the planet is to look at the world as one system. It shows that Earth cannot sustain present population and industrial growth for much more than a few decades. It shows that simply cleaning up our car exhausts and making some small effort to limit our families simply isn't enough. It's like an electronic guided tour of our global behavior since 1900 and where that behavior will lead us. Well, this is the printed version of what we've just seen on the television screen. And what looks at first to be just a maze of computer characteristics is really a system of very simple graphs which project what's going to happen to the planet over the next 150 years if we don't do something drastic to stop it. Down the left-hand side of the graph is the date, 1900, 1940, 1980, 2020, right down to 2060. Now, each of these lines of letters represents a curve showing some aspect of the condition of the planet. The further out this way they go, the greater that figure is. The further this way, the less. For example, P represents population. So here it is at 1900. And then it comes up to 1940, it starts to take off. Here we are at 1980, up to the turn of the century, and then it starts to peter off. Let's now have a look at this next curve, the Q curve, which is the quality of life. And this is represented by, for example, the amount of space people have, the amount of money they have to spend, the amount of food they have to eat. Now, it increases rapidly up to 1940, but from 1940 on, the quality of life diminishes. And here we are about the turn of the century, and we come up to the year 2020, and it's really come right back. More people, of course, means that you start to chew up your supply of natural resources. And this is this curve here, the N curve. And it shows that slowly but steadily, the pool of natural wealth in the world, natural resources, minerals, oil, and so on, is slowly but steadily diminishing. So this is the situation. As population increases, the quality of life decreases, and the supply of natural resources decreases. But have a look at this curve here. This is called the Z curve, and it represents pollution. Now, predictably enough, as the population increases up to 1980, pollution increases. There's more rubbish. But from 1980 to the year 2020, pollution really takes off. This is assuming, of course, that we don't do anything about it. So the year 2020, the condition of the planet starts to become highly critical. And if we don't do anything about it, this is what's going to happen. The quality of life is going to go right back to practically zero. Pollution is going to become so serious, right out here, that it will start to kill people. So the population will diminish. Right back here, less than it was in the year 1900. And at this stage, around about the year 2040, 2050, civilized life as we know it on this planet will cease to exist.
Call it Apocalypse 2040. In the early 1970s, a computer program called World 1 predicted that civilization would likely collapse by 2040. Researchers at Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT, had programmed it to consider a model of sustainability for the world. As you have just seen, the bad news for us is that the model seems to be spot on so far.
That was interesting, wasn't it? You know, it has tracked pretty close to that, don't you think? Particularly if you've been here through the closing part of the 20th century, you've seen that all happen very much like that. I'd like to mention something about that too. The Club of Rome sponsored that. The Club of Rome is a group of the elite. And they have had a plan for a long time. There's actually more on this video, but I didn't have time to share it all, where some of the people from the Club of Rome are interviewed, and they're saying what their plan is. And amazingly, it's very, very similar to what Nick Bostrom is saying now. They've had the same plan all along. And it makes me wonder, as I look at that computer model, if that's actually tracking data or if it's tracking the plan of the Club of Rome and the rest of the elite. Just kind of an interesting question. Well, I'm a Bible teacher, and I've taught a lot about the passage of time and things that happen from the standpoint of Bible prophecy. And what I've seen is that Bible prophecy has agreed with essentially the main things that we saw in that video as they have unfolded. And that video kind of shows us you get to 2020 and everything starts going to pieces. Did you notice that? Did you notice that happened? Did you notice the world kind of got a little shove right at the beginning of 2020? Connect the dots. The scriptures very much agree with this picture and show us to have entered into a very critical period. And the good thing is the scriptures offer a real solution, and it doesn't involve world tyranny. So we're going to get into that a little bit later. But it's interesting that the pattern that was set forth, sponsored by the Club of Rome, from this first computer to do this, has tracked so closely with what has actually happened and what the Bible has predicted for this generation. So we have every reason to believe, since everything else the Bible has predicted has come true, that the rest of it will happen too. So I just want to invite anyone who is with us right now. Soon we're going to put out a new edit of this Ages of the World series that I did. And particularly, you want to look at the last age of the world, which deals with these very issues. We also have a lot of other prophetic material and seminars available at the site, and we invite you to come and see them. So that's pretty much the picture of what has happened. So I guess what I want to say is the first part of the illustration, I think, is true, that we have brought a lot of black balls, or I would say gray balls, out that could be good or bad. But I think it's arguable that we already have taken some black balls out of the urn too and set us on a course towards destruction. So I believe that part of the hypothesis is provable. I think it's correct and that it's provable. But then this brings us to this part of the proposition, that the solution is totalitarianism. Shocking. The solution is totalitarianism. This is amazing. There are 5 reasons that I'm going to share that totalitarianism won't work. Now, I probably could come up with a lot more than 5, but once I got to 5, I figured, hey, 5 stars, I'm done. Here's the number 1 reason. Who will watch the watchers? What stops the techie geeks who are running the tech from exploiting it to hack the black tech themselves? See, this is a big thing, isn't it? This has always been the problem. Remember Snowden, who worked basically able to spy on everybody's stuff? He's an employee there, can spy on anything. No controls for those guys. And fortunately, he blew the whistle on that. But that's the way those systems have to work. There have to be people who have access to the system, to all that information and how it all works. So those people are bound to find out about that black technology. All you need is just one of them to think, well, I could make that work, and then I could be the greatest person in the world. So watching all the people who aren't doing the watching isn't really going to help much. Watching the caretakers, that's a better proposition, and that never happens. Then, of course, we have the petty officials and enforcers of the system. We've had a lot of experience with them lately, haven't we? You give people a little more power than they usually have, and you're bound to have some of those people that go crazy with it. You know what I mean. That is happening. It doesn't take too long before those kind of people can make the cure worse than the disease. And of course, they're all going to skate too. So, you know what? It's really the worst people in the world that tend to gravitate towards those positions. Those are the people most likely to use the black tech against the world. And what about blackball coercion? What stops our all-wise overlords from using the blackball scenario, even when it isn't real, to dominate people and control their lives? Nothing. And number 5, which happens to be my favorite, elites and governments always get a pass, yet they are far more dangerous than the common man. Here's what I'm talking about. Here's a man who made this his life study, studying death by government. And he published this book, which has great detail, well studied out. And in the 20th century, he found that governments murdered about 169 million people. Think about that. I'm not talking about wars here. I'm talking about intentional killing by a government of unarmed people. Governments are very dangerous. And statistically, they're more dangerous than anybody. The rulers are more dangerous than the people by a wide margin. And even if you factor in people like terrorists and criminals, the government is still way beyond them in terms of being dangerous. Now, there is a formula that can actually be applied to this. The best predictor of democide, that's the name given to governments killing their own people, the best predictor of democide lethality is total power squared. In other words, the amount of total power that government has over the people. So simply put, the more power the government has over the individual, the more murders of citizens occur. So in other words, a totalitarian entity that is all-seeing and all-powerful over the lives of people is itself the black ball. Off the charts. Totally off the charts. And who's controlling that? When I considered all of this, I thought, surely Nick Bostrom knows these reasons, and others with him eliminate totalitarianism as a solution. It's a preposterous solution. And, you know, most of us are not college professors, but we can figure this out, that this is no solution. So I'm wondering, why put forth a solution that is obviously wrong? Well, I looked for an answer on the Future of Humanity Institute website, and I found that it was pleased to announce a contribution of up to £13.3 million from the Open Philanthropy Project. This was the largest donation in their history. So what is this Open Philanthropy Project? I know I never got a donation from them. Don't expect one either. This is a foundation, a charity. You know, these billionaires all love to set up their charities. And this is one set up by Dustin Aaron Moskovitz, and he is the co-founder of Facebook. And what his foundation does is it identifies giving opportunities and makes grants. And of course, they get money from other billionaires too that they can give out, but Open Philanthropy is tasked with giving away the bulk of Moskowitz's multi-billion-dollar wealth. Now, they all say this, but they never use up all their money and they get richer every year. But anyway, they're funding this. these are the people that are funding Nick Bostrom's organization at Oxford. So I'm wondering about this. Would the co-founder of Facebook and all his elite billionaire friends like a solution giving them the right to spy on every person every minute of every day? Facebook would never want to do that, right? Oh yeah, and also to dominate the entire planet? Would they want to do that? Would the globalist elite pay money for a new excuse to surveil and dominate every person? Do you think that would be worth a contribution to Oxford? Could this be just one more example of how the elites get academics and scientists to produce results favorable to their interests? You know, I used to be very impressed with various studies that would come out. I remember years ago, a study came out showing that Americans needed to eat according to the food pyramid. And you know, on the widest, fattest part, making up more than half of the food pyramid, is all kinds of sugar and carbohydrates. Studies proved it, the most healthy thing. And then at the top, you get a little bit where you got some vegetables, and then at the very top, just a little bit where you've got some protein and fats. You know what I learned later? All those studies, they were all sponsored by the food industry. And they made big money with the food pyramid. And meanwhile, people died of heart attacks, obesity, diabetes, and the list goes on. Those studies, let me tell you something. Scientists can be whores too. And often they are. If you live long enough, you start to understand how the world works. And it isn't pretty, but it's how it works. But of course, our friend Nick would be above that, wouldn't he? So he actually thinks totalitarianism is the solution. You decide. So why did they fund this? Why did the elite fund this at Oxford, the most prestigious institution on the planet, arguably? Why did they fund it? They need the support of this theory. And now that they have it, this vulnerable world hypothesis, it is energizing the elite. Because you know why? It gives these morally degenerate people who are totally selfish, but don't want to be seen by the world as being selfish, a moral justification to do literally anything to force humanity under a yoke of global tyranny powered by unprecedented technology. You see, now they can claim they're doing it for you. It's all for your safety, friends. Have you ever heard that before? I'm telling you, now that this is out and they're pushing this, you're going to be hearing about this a lot more. And We're in a new era. We've come to a new level. The globalist elites are now making covert war on all ordinary people of this world to bring everyone under a global totalitarian technocracy. And most of us do nothing to defend ourselves. We don't even believe it. Most of us don't even believe it. And I think even now, where most everybody that's hearing this, you may have lost your job, you may have lost your business, you have been isolated away by yourself, your life has been totally affected and changed by something that you had no control over. And yet you still don't know you're at war. This is a bioweapon, friends. You may not like it, but somebody is making war on you. Wake up and smell the coffee. Life is not going to go on like it always did. I know you want things to get back to the way they were. Well, they never are going to. Never. Oh, it might change back a little bit, just to throw you off a little bit, but the next thing is coming. Trust me. These people are absolutely determined to bring the world under totalitarianism and to do it soon. And they have means. They hold the keys to all the doors. They have all the levers of power. They have money, lots of money, control over the money. They have the technology. This is not a movie. This is real life. It's on, 100%. Now the happy stuff. There is a solution. I'm so happy about this. There is a solution. There is a vulnerable world solution. And before I tell it to you, I want to tell you this. There's not a thing in the world you can do to make it happen. I'm going to tell you what I'm not going to say. I'm not going to tell you to contact your senator and congressman. You know why? They're on the take too, probably. And if not, they're powerless over this. And you're powerless over this. There will be opposition. There will be pushback against all of these would-be dictators. This is going to happen. Unfortunately, there will be gunfire and worse. Don't get connected with that because it's a lost cause. You know America? America's over. The America you knew or thought you knew or that you believed in, that's over now. It's just a matter of time. You can't bring it back because its time is over. I don't like telling you that. Somebody has to tell you. And if you happen to be a spiritual person, don't take my word for it. Talk to your Father in heaven and say, is this true? Is it really true that America's over? And have the courage to listen. Because you need to catch up with what's going on if you're going to get through this. You got to get your head out of the sand if you're going to get through this. You're going to have to look at the world as it really is. You're going to have to see what's really going on if you're going to get through this. Our Father in heaven has the solution. We just need to work along with him. peaceful. We're called to peace. Well, here's a good place to start for a solution. Stop stealing from the Creator's urn without his permission. What makes these people think that they have a right to cross barriers that the Creator deliberately set up to break and enter into his areas to mess with his stuff? Cut it out. Stop it. And I know what they'll say. Well, there really is no God. The fool has said in his heart, there is no God. They are corrupt and have done abominable iniquity. The things we're talking about are abominable iniquity. And the excuse, well, if we don't do it, somebody else will, doesn't work. There is somebody watching you. He who created the world is watching you. You are accountable whether you want to accept it or not accept it. It's still true. It's his world, not yours. Hands off. Playing God has brought us to the edge of destruction. Right now. And now you come up with a solution to push that even further, just as far as you can push it. Which is to say, the fools will not turn back to God and repent. So the solution is not convincing these people to change their mind and be good people. They already made their choice. They wouldn't be who they are unless they'd already sold out to Satan, would they? So stop worrying about them. They're the enemies of God. They're the enemies of humanity. If some of them repent, all the better, but don't expect it. Here's the psalm that seems to be talking exactly about what's going on. Psalm chapter 2, a prophetic psalm. It starts out, why do the nations rage and the peoples plot a vain thing? Taking over, total control of the world, right down to every movement of every person. Taking the place of God is a vain thing. The kings of the earth take a stand, and the rulers take counsel together against Yahweh and against his Messiah. You see, these things they're doing, they are taking a position against the Creator and his Messiah, whom he has set forth to rule. And what do they say? Let's break their bonds apart and cast their cords from us. They can't control us. God can't control me. We're taking over now. That's what they're saying. That's what they want to do. That's what their one world government is about. Taking total control over those things that belong to God. Wresting that right out of his hand. He who sits in the heavens will laugh. Who do they think they are? Who do they think they are? They think they're pretty hot because they can build a cell phone. The Creator built the universe. He will speak to them in anger. Yet I have set my king in my holy hill of Zion. Long ago, he determined who would rule this world. The only person who's worthy of that position, the only person who could ever do that and remain righteous, good, loving, kind, his son, Yeshua, who gave his life for us, who proved himself. He speaks here, he says, I, the Messiah, will tell of the decree. Yahweh said, ask of me, I'll give the nations for your inheritance. You shall break them with a rod of iron. You shall dash them in pieces like a potter's vessel. These people are forcing a confrontation, and they're going to get it. And here's the outcome. Messiah, he's going to break them in pieces. They're going to find out they're not the masters of the universe that they think they are. So the psalm tells them, therefore be wise, you kings. Give sincere homage to the Son, lest he be angry and you perish on the way, for his wrath will soon be kindled. Yes, some of them could humble themselves before him. Let's pray that happens. And it says, blessed are those who take refuge in him. Now that's talking about the Messiah. The Messiah is the solution, friends. We know it. He is the solution. He didn't create us in freedom so these people could take over our lives and totally dominate our every move. He's not down with that. Because if we're giving them our entire lives, we're not giving him the service he deserves. So he's not going to be happy with this, and anybody that knows and loves him isn't going to be happy with this either. And this is going to come to a confrontation. The book of Revelation talks about this. Revelation 11, 7 through 18. Revelation gives us a look into the future of the end of these days, speaking this prophetic prayer. We give you thanks, Lord Elohim, the Almighty, the one who is and who was, because you've taken your great power and reigned. The nations were angry, and your wrath came, as did the time for the dead to be judged and to give your bondservants, the prophets, their reward, as well as the holy ones, and those who fear your name, to the small and the great, and to destroy those who destroy the earth. That's the solution. Get rid of the people that are causing the problem. That's not our job. That's his job. And he says when he comes, he's going to do that. He's going to destroy those who are destroying the earth. And it is going to happen. Unfortunately, it's the only solution that will work. Because as long as people like this, who want to totally dominate everybody else, who want to rip off everybody, who want to take over all of the resources of the world, who want to dominate all the people, as long as those people are in the world, it can't be better. You know what? We could have a technological society right now, it would be possible, that didn't have these problems. Could totally happen. Think about how our world is organized. Like, for instance, we talked about the vulnerable world, right? Do you think it's by accident that we have been totally separated from all means of support of ourselves? Do you think that's an accident, that it happened that way? Couldn't we just as easily have technology so that each of us could have our own land, our own home, with our own energy, even with existing technology, like, for instance, solar panels to provide our energy, or other ways? Is there any reason we couldn't do that? Is there any reason that families and extended families couldn't be raising their own food in their own community, trade for things? That's how it used to be for a very long time. There's no reason that couldn't be done with a technological society. Do you need a car? You know, it's proven that hydrogen cars are totally possible. You could actually use water as fuel. You wouldn't be dependent on Exxon, big oil, at all. Everything is set up in such a way that we're all dependent on the elite of this world, and we are all supporting them. And they are draining everything away from us. It's all set up that way. And it's all set up to make us dependent on them, because that way we have no means to fight back. You know, in the Civil War, the reason there could be a civil war is because people had their own means. Families had their own means. The Revolutionary War that made America a country, same thing. People had independence. In fact, that's why they made the Declaration of Independence. They were trying to keep the independence they had. We don't have independence anymore. We ought to change the name of that document, because we don't have independence anymore. It's gone. We've already lost most of our freedom. It's been taken from us. It's not necessarily government that took it. Think about it. It's the big corporations that took it. It's the big money and the banking interests that took it. And they did it very deliberately. They did it on purpose, and they did it with a plan. It didn't have to be that way at all. If they had had the interests of humanity at heart, it wouldn't be that way. No matter how much they act as if they actually cared about humanity. If you care that much, give up some of your billions to help people. Like all of it. They don't do that. They set up a foundation, and somehow they end up richer than they were when they started. This is what they do. It's not going to change. Not as long as it's like this. Some people have thought socialism or communism was the way to go. Then we'd all be equal, right? Except some are more equal than others in that system. These people that we're talking about always gravitate to the top. Trust me. They are actually empowered by Satan to get into those positions in order to rule the world the way he wants it done. That's what's going on. So there's no system that we can devise that's going to change that. Righteous people, that's what's needed. Righteous people ruling the world. There's no system for that. There's no system that can accomplish that. Only the Messiah can accomplish that. This is not a pie-in-the-sky dream. So much in the Bible that has been foretold and prophesied has occurred. Much of it during our generation. And it is unfolding. Messiah has a plan too, and he is unfolding it. And that is the solution. So here we are. We have a time of crisis. We're living in a time of crisis. And it's going to intensify. There's a war going on. And in the book of Revelation, it shows us that. Global totalitarianism. That's what we're looking at. You know, there's never been totalitarianism like this. They've wanted to do it, but they haven't been able to do it. Just imagine what they're proposing. Being able to use technology to track every person's movements in real time all the time. And whatever they don't like, to be able to instantly censor. And of course, the very worst possibility is if Elon Musk's vision goes along with this, and we have our brains actually wired into the system. Imagine that. What they're envisioning, there's nothing like this. There's never been anything like this. Yeshua talked about it in Matthew 24. He says, "For then there will be great oppression." Isn't that a good name for this? Great oppression, such as has not been from the beginning of the world until now, no, nor ever will be again. Could you describe this any better than that? Unless those days had been shortened, no flesh would have been saved. But for the sake of the chosen ones, those days will be shortened. Isn't that exactly what we've been talking about? Facing the possibility of the end of all life on earth. And we're there. And we're reassured. For the sake of the chosen ones, those days will be shortened. Messiah will step in. He'll put an end to that. He is the solution. He also said in Luke chapter 21, "So be careful, that day will come on you suddenly, for it will come like a snare on all those who dwell on the surface of the earth. Therefore, be watchful all the time, praying that you may be counted worthy to escape all these things that will happen and to stand before the Son of Man." We have a time that we've entered into that is going to get progressively closer to that totalitarianism until it actually totally takes over. That is going to be increasingly difficult. That's what's going to happen. And it will involve oppression. It will involve persecution of those who have chosen to stand with the rightful creator of the world rather than with these usurpers. For us to be counted worthy to escape means there will be a place of escape. There is a plan. It's outlined in Scripture, and somehow most churches don't know anything about it. They've never heard of it. They don't understand it. They don't get it at all. Instead, they've put their trust, many of them, into a pre-tribulation rapture. They got all their marbles in that. And that's all based unfortunately, on an error. That's not the answer. It's not the answer. We must escape out of all the nations where the global totalitarian regime will rule before it comes to total power. You see, if you're still in the situation you're in right now, where you are just totally dependent on the system, wherever you live in the world, how are you possibly going to resist this global totalitarianism? Well, I'm sure you have to give me that. But you're probably thinking, yes, but we're talking about the whole world, so how can you escape that? Well, there is a plan for that. There is a place, in fact, that some 4,000 years ago, the Creator promised us to be our safe place in this world. If only we would side with Him. If only we would honor Him. There is a plan. There is a place. Pray that you will be counted worthy of being part of that. The vulnerable world solution. We've got so much more. Hours. And you should invest them. We're not doing ourselves a favor by giving you all this information. It's just right there for you. Hours of free information to help you through this time. And I just want to invite anyone who's just learning about this to take the time to come and get your spirit fed and find out what there is in store to help you to get through this time. Thank you for listening.
Isn't the world around us going insane? Do you want to return to sanity and establish order in your life? Return to the sturdy foundation that Yahweh established in the beginning. Torah is the foundation. It is Yah's standard of righteousness that He established in the beginning. In the Torah, the first 5 books of Moses, we are introduced to our Creator. We learn who He is and what His name is and what it means. His moral standard, His ways as a person, how He interacts with His people, and what He wants from us. Join Eliyahu ben David in this rich verse-by-verse study of the Torah and bring sanity back to your life. If you would like to listen to these vital programs, you can hear them for free on our radio station at tsiyon.org or download the Zion Road radio app and listen on your mobile device. You can also find our station on the TuneIn radio app for iOS and Android devices. Or become a Torah Club member at zion.net, that is tsiyon.net, for only $12 a month, and gain full access to the Eliyahu ben David Bet Midrash program archives in MP3 format. Join us this Sabbath for the Eliyahu ben David Bet Midrash and bring order back to your life.
When you call upon the name of Yahweh, you'll be saved. Call upon His holy name in the last days. Upon the name of Yahweh, you'll be saved. Father will hear your cry and answer you from on high. When you call upon
Darwinian evolution. Junk science.
Well, here's another word for us, elitist. The noun here is a person having, thought to have, or professing superior intellect or talent, power, wealth, or membership in the upper echelons of society. And another definition, a person who believes in the superiority of an elitist class. According to this definition, was Charles Darwin an elitist? Did he believe that he was part of a class that had special privileges and was better than others? Did he support that class? As a matter of fact, he was part of that class. All of the so-called scientists of that era were part of that class. And a lot of what they did and what they wrote, a lot of their motivation was to rise up in the esteem of that class and to please the people, the moneyed people in that class. That's what they did. So when we read these things that Darwin said that elevated the elitist class at the expense of everybody else, what is that about? Is that really about science? Or is it about politics? You see what I'm saying? Very suspect, isn't it? This brings us to something called social Darwinism. This is looking at Darwinism as it affects society. The term Darwinism had been coined by Thomas Henry Huxley in his April 1860 review on the origin of species. Some people say that Bible believers made up the term Darwinism, and it was never called that. And actually, it was called that from as early as 1860. The first use of the phrase social Darwinism was in 1877. And this was in an article published in the Transactions of the Royal Historical Society. You see, in England, they had a lot of these elitist organizations. And that's where they published this kind of information for these elitists. Social Darwinism is a name given to various phenomena emerging in the second half of the 19th century, trying to apply biological concepts of natural selection and survival of the fittest in human society. Now, what you see pictured here are some of the key figures in social Darwinism, starting with Darwin himself. Actually, Darwin got some of his ideas from someone who came before him by the name of Malthus. And Malthus basically taught about population in human society. He wrote an essay on the principle of population. And in his essay, he explains that if you allow the lower class to just continue to breed, eventually that's going to spill over and destroy life for everybody, including the upper class. So you've got to do something to stop that population. That's basically what Malthus taught, a very elitist kind of teaching. And he basically said we have to be cruel to be kind. Essentially, we've got to kill off these people for their own good. That's the Malthus idea. Isn't that advanced thinking, scientific thinking? What do you think of that? Well, what happened with Darwin is he took that elitist idea about society and he simply then adopted it and put the same idea to work to create his idea of natural selection. It's the same idea, only just in a little different light, a little different twist. So it shouldn't be surprising that Darwin agreed with Malthus and on the basis of his theory said things very much the same. Now here's some quotes. He said, "We build asylums for the imbecile, the maimed, and the sick. We institute poor laws. Today we call that welfare. And our medical men exert their utmost skills to save the life of everyone to the last moment. If we do not prevent the inferior members of society from increasing at a quicker rate than the better class of men, the nation will retrograde, as has occurred too often in the history of the world." So what is his implication? Stop helping the so-called lesser grade of men, right? Let them die. If they get sick, don't give them medical care. Don't have welfare. Don't give special help to the sick, the maimed, or those who are mentally impaired. Let them die off. Let those people all die off. And that is what we should do for the good of the human race. That's basically what his theory was. Well, Francis Galton was Darwin's cousin. And he was very impressed with Darwin's work. They talked about it. He took the kind of ideas that I was just sharing with you from Darwin, and he began his own theory called eugenics, which is simply taking what Malthus and Darwin said to a new and higher level, or I should say a new and lower level. And what he invented was a scheme of marks for family merit to define the worth of a given family. And those who got good family marks, the elite, they should receive money. They should receive support from society to encourage them to have more children. And those who were considered inferior, well, they shouldn't be allowed to have children at all. He said the weak could find a welcome and a refuge in celibate monasteries or sisterhoods. And this ended up getting taken far beyond that. So this social Darwinism really is part of something else called scientific racism. And they make a distinction between these two things as if somehow social Darwinism is not racist because it's made up of people that are still held in high esteem by the scientific community. But in reality, it's the same thing. It too is racist. Scientific racism includes Darwinian evolution and offered scientific justification for European colonialism, not to mention the lucrative slave trade. All of the accepted scientists, with Darwin raised up as the very foremost among them, were Europeans, ultimately giving scientific support to the superiority of the people who paid their bills. Don't you respect that as science? Not me. And as I put here, beware, science has always been a prostitute for the elite. They're the ones that pay the bills. Science is really a tool of the elite. This is why you shouldn't just believe it, because it comes from some study or from somebody who has a PhD behind his name. There are people who profit and benefit from something that is considered scientific. Now, that was true in the 19th century. Look at this map of Africa. See the little light green part? That's the only part of Africa that was not completely colonized by the Europeans. All the other colors you see on there, that's all areas of Africa that were divided up to the different European nations. Now, can you understand why they would support an idea like Darwinian evolution? Why were they there in Africa? To steal everything in Africa. That's why they were there. They were thieves. They were going into a place that did not belong to them, where they were stronger, where they were more powerful, and they were taking what they wanted. That's what they were doing. And they needed a moral justification for that in the eyes of the soldiers that they sent to die there to make them rich. And Darwinian evolution gave them the excuse they needed. We're the superior race. It's survival of the fittest. It's us or them. If we don't do this now, eventually they'll be the ones doing it to us. So let's go in there and take over. That's what Darwinian evolution is about. Making money for the elite at the expense of the blood of everybody else. This is the picture we used in our title. This depicts what was going on in Africa during colonialism. These red-clad soldiers were British soldiers at war with the indigenous people there in Africa. It was Darwinism that gave them scientific justification to go in and dominate the so-called savages. That's what evolution is about. It didn't just happen in Africa. Here in the United States, the indigenous people in America were virtually wiped out. And this too was justified by Darwinian evolution. One historian says, the Eurocentric wave of U.S. occupation of indigenous lands appeared grounded in a wanton racial stereotype of Native Americans as an inferior race. So inferior that causing their extinction was a benefit to the human species. We're helping mankind by killing these people. Is that not a monstrous idea? Does that sound scientific to you? Or does that sound like just another excuse for what mankind has been doing almost since the beginning? It goes on, U.S. society, including scientists, was awash in social Darwinism and eugenics. The social Darwinism that developed in the Atlantic world as a justification for colonialism and genocide, not just in North America, but all the Americas, the Caribbean, South Asia, the Middle East, the Pacific, and especially Africa. How many people were abused and murdered because of this horrible doctrine of Darwinian evolution? I don't think we could even begin to count up the numbers.
Prophetic Fulfillments Just Ahead is a seminar by Eliyahu Ben David on Bible prophecy concerning the scattered remnant of Israel, featuring 7 hours of Bible prophecy, plus bonus content. Understand prophecy about the last days. Discover lost truth about the remnant. Order your copy today at truthpoint.info.
As you can see here with our title, this is about the tribulation trigger. And on my graphic, doesn't it just make you not want to push that button? Well, I think it helps us if we know what does push that button. Then we'll understand what's going to be happening. We'll be ready for what's about to happen. And these things are included in Scripture to make us ready here in these last days. It's very interesting that the book of Ezekiel speaks of Gog. And it says, "You shall come like a storm, you shall be like a cloud." And in Daniel, it says that the king of the north will come like a whirlwind, which to me is about the same thing as a swift cloud. And in Isaiah here, where it mentions a swift cloud, the word cloud actually means darkness. And it's reminiscent to me of Joel chapter 2, where it talks about Gog as a locust horde. And when a locust horde comes, it's like a cloud that fills the sky. It connects these celestial events with the great day of his wrath. So, the great day of his judgment has been ongoing, but now the great day of his wrath begins, where he's actually pouring out vengeance upon the wicked. And this outpouring of his wrath begins with the destruction of Gog and Gog's hordes. Hello, friends, and welcome to the last age of the world. This is the conclusion, the final message of these 4 messages total that I'm giving on this subject. Look at the picture. This is what the last age of the world is about. Crisis, situations beyond your control. And shortly, the world will be coming into a time like this. That's why I'm doing these messages. Before I start, I want you to know that this video is going to be fairly long. I've pared down this information as much as I can, but for it to be coherent to you, you'll have to hear all that I have here. And since it is so vital to you because of the things that are ahead, I would encourage you to find a time where you can watch this. Again, you know, if you're seeing this live, this is good, but even so, try to find a time when things are quiet, where you have time, where you can really focus on this and follow it, because it's very important to your future. Let's take up now where we left off, picking up the thread from the previous messages that we have given. We began by talking about the 7 days of creation, and each of these 7 days has very specific characteristics. We will be talking about these more because this comes into play in our discussion in this teaching. The 7th day is very important because the 7th day is when the Creator rested from all of his work. All of the other 6 days have a definite end. The 7th day did not end. It's still continuing right now. What we learned previously is that this 7th day is divided into 7 ages of 1,000 years each. And this is according to these verses, as well as the fact that the final age of this Sabbath period is the 7th age, the 7th 1,000 years, the 1,000-year reign of Messiah. And this indicates for us the length of these 1,000-year days of this last of the creative days. Here we see the chronology updated using modern science. However, chronologies of the Bible have been done for hundreds of years with amazing accuracy because the Bible is very specific in its time information. And what this latest information shows is that Adam was created in 4001 BC. And using the begats of Scripture and various time periods in Scripture, that means that 6,000 years will be completed, or has been completed actually, in the year 2000 AD. That's 6,000 years from the creation of Adam. Now, this has been established also through astronomical dating. And using astronomical information that's very specific in the Bible from Noah's flood. Noah's flood has been pinpointed to 2345 BC. So if you add to that 2000 for the AD years and the 2345 BC for the BC years and the 1656 years that we have of the begats before the flood, that brings you back to 4001 BC. And this timing has been fairly universally accepted, very close to this, as the time when the end of the age was expected and the Messiah was expected to return. And yet, when 6,000 years was up in 2000 AD, that didn't happen. And some people were disappointed and wondered why. Here's the reason why. The chronology that has been done from the creation of Adam tracks the ages of the world from Adam. However, Yah's time is tracking 6 ages of the 7th day, a time period that started later, somewhat later. So these two time periods are actually like apples and oranges. One is not the same as the other. This is why we have passed 6,000 of the years of the world according to the ages of the world from Adam, and yet Messiah has not yet returned. So it may seem that he has tarried, it may seem that he has delayed, but actually, according to Yahweh's time, he's not delayed at all. So what we see here is there is a gap between 6,000 years of the ages of the world and the 6,000 year mark of this 1,000 year age. And we wonder, can the length of this gap be known? And that's what we're going to explore together now as we move along, finding the length of the gap. Basically, if we want to know how long the gap is at the end, we have to find how long the gap was in the beginning. Doesn't that make sense? And so we have to start from the creation of Adam and look at what happened from the creation of Adam forward and see if we can identify when the 7th day actually started, and then we will find the gap. Now, this is going to be a fairly detailed process, so you'll have to concentrate as we go along on the facts. Now, before we do this, some people will look and say, what gap? Isn't this day, the 6th day, only 24 hours? How could this affect anything significantly? Well, in the other messages, we've already talked about this somewhat, about the length of these creative days, that they could not possibly be 24-hour days. However, some people might object to that and point to verses like Genesis 1:31, which occurs at the end of the 6th day, where it says, and the evening and the morning were the 6th day. It says something similar using that same phrase on all of the 6 days, but not on the 7th day. The truth is that this phrase defines a definite end to the creative day. It's not meant to define the entire length of the creative day. What Yahweh is doing in the way that he is explaining the creation of the world is he's doing it in such a way that he is essentially setting it out the same way that the Hebrew worker would look at time. In other words, through the day, a man works. And in the evening, what does he do? He goes to bed, right? And then in the morning, he starts another workday. So that's what it's talking about. It's setting a definitive end to the length of the creative day. It's not defining the whole length of a day. And it doesn't anyway, because an evening and a morning doesn't make a whole day, does it? So as we look at this, we realize we are looking at ages. Now, this becomes obvious as we look closely at what happened in the Garden of Eden. One thing we notice in that account is that seeds do not grow into trees in 24 hours. During the 6th day, really near the end of it, it tells us that God planted a garden. It doesn't say God created a garden. If we said that God created a garden, it certainly could have been done in 24 hours if he wanted to do it. Planting a garden is something else, because you and I plant gardens if we want to. Planting a garden means the natural process of growing plants. You plant seeds, and they grow into plants. It goes on and it says, out of the ground made the Lord God to grow And the word grow literally means sprout every tree. So once again, this is talking about the natural process of what happens in a garden. And there was enough time that went by for seeds planted in the garden to become trees. Clearly, that's talking about something greater than 24 hours. This is just one indication that the day is years, not just hours. Let's now look at Adam and see how the time period between the time when Adam was created and the beginning of the seventh day forms a gap. Let's define that gap now. There is a time gap between the creation of Adam and the beginning of the seventh day Sabbath rest of Yahweh. The length of this gap must be added to the ages of the world chronology to determine the end of this age and the start of the final 1,000 years of Yahweh's 7,000 years, seventh day Sabbath rest. So this is what we're trying to accomplish. Now, we notice there are certain events that happened after Adam's creation. Let's look at some of these events. We notice that the last events recorded in the sixth creative day are the creation of woman. This was God's final creative act, in fact, of the sixth creative day. We also find there the blessing and commissioning of man and woman to be fruitful, to multiply, and to rule. And after that, God saw all that he had made, and it was very good. And there was evening and there was morning the sixth day. Thus the heavens and the earth were finished in all their vast array. Now notice, if God says it's very good, it's very good. It was perfect. Some people think that there was an earlier creation that failed, but then God would not be able to say this at this point in time. So it's indicating that there's been one creation that has happened, and at the close of 6 days of that creation, the Creator has pronounced it very good and finished. With his creative work finished at the close of the sixth creative day, God's great seventh day rest begins. Genesis 2:2 tells us, by the seventh day, God had finished the work he had been doing. So on the seventh day, he rested from all his work. So what we glean from this is that Yah's seventh day rest began after the creation of woman, but before sin entered the world. We notice everything was fine. Everything was very good when he got to the end of the sixth creative day, and everything was finished. So from this, we can understand that sin came later after the seventh day had begun. So let's look at these facts and think about how long it may have been until the creation of woman happened. In other words, how long was Adam alone in the garden? Well, let's think about some of the things that he needed to do. Imagine yourself springing into existence. Do you think you'd get a handle on that in 24 hours? Probably not. How about developing a relationship with your Creator and receiving his commands? Do you think you'd get that totally under control in 24 hours? I've been growing in a relationship with my Creator for years, and I still have room to grow. Certainly, Adam needed to have a process like that too, to get to know his Creator, and the account indicates that he had such a process where he did get to know his Creator and his Creator's commands. I think before you can even do that, you have to get to know yourself. What am I? Who am I? Why am I here? What are these big things here? What are those creatures all around me? How did I get here? What is this all about? What am I supposed to do? Just because this is a story that appears in the Bible doesn't mean this is not a real man who would have the same kinds of reactions that any person would have. Any intelligent person would have to come to grips with the facts of existence. Learning to function in his new environment would have been interesting, wouldn't it? You know, when a baby comes into the world, they need to learn how to walk. They need to learn how to eat. They need to learn a lot of things. Adam was a full-grown man, but why should we think he didn't need to learn how to use his body? This involved a lot of experimentation to do different things. How was he going to know what was good for him to eat? How would he know how to collect that? How would he know how to care for the garden? Because he was actually put in the garden to care for it. This was a big job because this garden had 4 mighty rivers that originated in it. The garden was huge in size. It wasn't like a little garden in your backyard. And he had to care for it. So all of this suggests a significant amount of time that Adam was in the garden. And what about this? How long would it take Adam to name the animals? Do you think he got that done in a day? It tells us, out of the ground, Yahweh Elohim formed every animal of the field and every bird of the field, and he brought them to the man to see what he would call them. Whatever the man called every living creature, that was its name. And then it tells us the man gave names to all livestock, to the birds of the sky, and to every animal of the field. But for the man, there was not found a helper suitable for him. Well, this is an amazing story. And let's think about that. Whatever the man called every living creature, that was its name. Now, when we think of the word name in our modern culture, we usually just think of a label. So it doesn't really matter whether a person is called Tom or Harry or Jim. It's just a label so that you'll be able to identify that person. The word name in Hebrew means a lot more than just a label. Hebrew names are words given to describe character. When you realize that, what you realize is that Adam had to actually spend a lot of time observing every living creature to see what its characteristics truly were in order to give each living creature a name. You know, scientists do this, don't they? They observe creatures and they learn their characteristics, and then they give them complicated Greek names. And if you ask one of them, how long does it take to be able to name all of these different kinds of creatures, I think they would tell you it would take a long time to do. It was a big process. So this task alone likely involved a significant number of years. This gap is getting bigger, isn't it? As we look more and more at what was actually happening during this time period, this gap is growing. Well, here's continuing the list, because we're not done yet. In the course of naming the animals, Adam had to discover that there was no mate for him among the animals. Now, the normal process among human beings is it takes people a while to start to feel the need for a mate. And especially since Adam had never seen a woman before, he probably didn't know that he needed one. And so that was a process to come to a place of realizing that he needed a mate and perhaps just having that feeling of loneliness. Finally, Yahweh met that need and performed an operation there in the garden, took a rib from the man and made a woman. And Adam received the woman made from part of his own body. How long does it take to have a relationship with a woman, to develop a relationship with a woman? If you're going to get married, how long would it take you? You see, we're talking about a real man here. And again, this takes time, doesn't it? And then finally, they received the blessing and the empowerment, the command of Yahweh for the two of them. And finally, that period in the garden gave way to the seventh day. So as we look at all of this, we'd have to realize that Adam was in the garden for years before the woman was even created, and probably years afterwards. The exact amount of time is not stated. We also know that the next significant event mentioned in the account is the fall of Adam and Eve. And this happened after the start of the seventh day. So now we wonder, is there any outer limit on how long the gap could be? Well, the first time it mentions actual years, it tells us when Adam had lived 130 years, he had a son. But that son was not his first son, it was Seth. Before Seth was born, Adam had other children. Since no children were born in Eden and Adam became father to Seth at 130 years of age, the time gap must be something less than 130 years. But then, if we realize that Seth was really a replacement for Abel, and Cain and Abel were both born after the fall and the expulsion from Eden, then we realize that we have to significantly shorten that 130 years. And from the account, we see that Abel was born, he grew up, he followed Yahweh actually on his own and offering up sacrifices in his own behalf. So he was fully an adult as a shepherd when he was finally murdered by his brother Cain. And all of this happened before Seth was born. Well, in those times of lengthy lifespans, men apparently became father after considerably more years than they do today. Seth was 105 years old before he fathered a son. The very youngest father in Genesis was Enoch, who became a father at 65 years old. So we're doing some speculation now. We're just trying to get an idea of the time span rather than exactly put a date on it. But let's look at the numbers we've got. We have Enoch having the shortest number of years before becoming a father of 65 years. So let's see what happens if we use that number of years to speculate that Adam was 65 years old when Abel was born. I think that's a reasonable kind of speculation. Could have been older, though. And then we'll assign 30 years to Abel because he's obviously a full-grown man offering sacrifices of his own to Yahweh, so he's clearly on his own responsible for himself. So 30 years old is a time in the scriptures when that happens for people. So if you add the two lengths of time together, 65 years and 30 years, you get 95 years. So if you take the 130 years at which Adam fathered Seth, and you subtract from that these 95 years, you are left with 35 years unaccounted for. 35 years. So what does that mean to us? Well, again, this is only a speculation. But these unaccounted for 35 years reasonably allow something on the order of 3 to 4 decades before sin entered the world and Adam and Eve were expelled from Eden. So this is kind of helpful for us to make a reasonable estimate of what the time might have been, but we can't be certain of it. We can't narrow it down to a specific amount so far from the facts we've got. So is there a way to narrow this down? Well, there is another approach, and we're going to take a look at that now. Remember this quote: "For in as many days as the world was made, in so many thousand years shall it be concluded. This is an account of the things formerly created, as also it is a prophecy of what is to come." So in other words, the ancient sages believed that the days of creation actually were a prophecy of the 1,000-year ages of the final seventh day. So if they're prophetic, then in what way are they prophetic? And can that be helpful to us? Well, let's take a look at that. Again, we have the chart here of what happened over the 7 days of creation. And we've gone through this already. But now let's look at this chart in relationship to the seventh day. And here I've put that together for you. And you can see how these days connect together. And we're going to go through these one at a time and see in what way the creative day is prophetic of the 1,000-year period. Here's the first creative day. In the first creative day, Yahweh separated the light from the darkness. And in the first 1,000-year period, Yahweh separated the light from the darkness in the sense of separating good from evil. And if you follow the Genesis account, you see that's exactly what was happening during that period, right? Because what happens there? You have Cain and Abel, the good being separated from the evil. You have the line of Seth and the line of Cain. So really right at the beginning in that first 1,000 years, that's where that whole thing was set up, of separating the good from the evil. And so would you say that day one of creation is prophetic of the first day, the first 1,000-year day? It's pretty clear, isn't it? Well, let's go on and see if that holds up. Here's day two. What happened in day two of the creative days is that Yahweh separated the waters from the land. In the second 1,000-year period that we're talking about, this is exactly what happened with Noah, right? Because the whole world was covered with water, and then what happened at the end after the flood? The water was separated from the land. So again, the second creative day is exactly prophetic of what happens on the second day of that great seventh day. Now, if we're looking at the millennial ages of the world, which is what we're doing, so we're still counting from Adam. We're not counting yet from the beginning of that seventh-year day, because we haven't determined that yet. But if we're counting now from Adam, we're at day two. This brings us to 3001 BC, to 2001 BC. This is day two. Let's look at day three. Day 3 is interesting because day 3 is when Yahweh created seed-bearing plants and caused them to grow. Day 3 is when Yahweh raised up Abraham and began the seed of Abraham in the earth. And truly, this is what we see during this period, is the seed of Abraham being, well, growing, actually, into a nation, into the nation of Israel. Again, it's perfectly prophetic, isn't it, of that third 1,000-year period. This, now, according to the millennial ages of the world, that is before you add in the gap, was from 2001 BC to 1001 BC, the third 1,000-year day. Well, now we get to day 4. On day 4, Yahweh created the great lights in the sky. And what could that possibly symbolize except the light of the world coming into the world? This was from 1000 BC to 1 BC. This is the millennial age, day 4. This is not yet corrected for the 7th day age, 1,000-year age, the 4th age. However, the last year before this came to an end, in other words, in 2 BC, Messiah was born. So that's pretty amazing, isn't it? And this was not a surprise. Actually, this is what Jewish sages expected to have happen because they had seen these correlations. They had seen how the days were prophetic. And so they actually did expect Messiah to come in that 4th day. And the Jewish sages saw that. Now, for example, we have this quote. This is in the Talmud in Sanhedrin 97. It says, "The world is to exist 6,000 years. In the first 2,000, there was desolation from Adam to Abraham. 2,000 years, the Torah flourished. And the next 2,000 years is the Messianic era. But through our many iniquities, all these years have been lost." In other words, they believed that is the reason the Messiah didn't come, because they had been too wicked. Actually, the Messiah did come, and they missed him. He did come exactly when they thought he was going to come. In Revelation 19:10, it tells us the testimony of Yeshua is the spirit of prophecy. The truth is, Yeshua the Messiah is central to prophecy. If you want to understand what prophecy is really about, you have to factor him into the prophecy. So we wonder, could the testimony of Yeshua's life bring greater understanding to this overall picture? Well, take a look at this. Luke exactly fixes the chronology of Messiah. Luke tells us that Messiah began his ministry in the 15th year of the reign of Tiberius Caesar. And that is something we can track very well. Plus, Luke mentions 4 other rulers who were ruling at the time. And we have that information as well. So all of this together pinpoints for us the year in which Yeshua Messiah took up his ministry. Messiah began his ministry when he was 30 years old. And using this information from Luke, that has to be in 29 AD. Now, what you're seeing on the slide here is this all worked out for you. And you can take a closer look at this slide, and you can see that as you look at the 15th year of Tiberius Caesar, you have Yohanan, or John, beginning his ministry in the spring of 29 AD, which means Yeshua, who started 6 months later, began his ministry in the fall of 29 AD. So Yeshua was 30 years old when he began his ministry. And that was in 29 AD. So we can, from that information, easily determine the rest of his life. If you count back from 29 AD, 30 years, we see that he was born in the fall of 2 BC. If you count ahead from 29, you find out that Yeshua died in 33 AD. This is the length of Yeshua's life, the starting date and the end date. Now, Sir Isaac Newton was a very careful scholar, and he was one of many, in fact, that accepted this Luke-based chronology of Messiah. But he also respected the witness of those who lived close to Yeshua's time period, who set the time. We have a quote from Sir Isaac Newton, and he says, "The year of the Julian period, 4712, that's 2 BC, is the year in which Christ was born, according to Clemens, Alexandrinus, Arrhenia, Eusebius, Epiphanius, Jerome, Orosius, Cassiodorus, and other ancients." So those people who lived most closely to Messiah, who reported on it, also give us the same date. Now here's an interesting verse. Yeshua said, "While I am in the world, I am the light of the world." If the fourth day is about the light of the world, can the fourth day be over while the light of the world is still in the world? Do you understand what I'm saying? So that means that so long as Yeshua was in the world, that seventh day of the Sabbath day had to be continuing, right? So is this useful to us to find out the gap? It really is, isn't it? Messiah really helps us find out the gap, his lifetime. So this means that the fourth age of the seventh day had to continue at least until the death of Messiah in 33 AD. That adds 33 years right there. However, think about this. Messiah died after a ministry of 3.5 years. Is that a full time period? What is a full time period in the scriptures? According to Yahweh's time. Is not a full time period 7 years? 3.5 years is only half of it. So, when we look at this more closely, we see that Messiah's ministry was actually to the lost sheep of Israel. It was not to the nations. And the disciples continued that ministry to the lost sheep of Israel through the rest of that time period, that rest of that 7 years. In other words, an additional 3.5 years to fill out that 7 years. So, if Yeshua's death was in the half of a 7-year period, we would expect the rest of that 7-year period to also be a part of the same time period of that 1,000 years. So if that's true, then that means that that fourth day would actually progress all the way to 36 AD. And if that's true, then up to this point, the gap must be 36 years long. But, that's reasonable, but do we have any other reason why we could accept that? Well, take a look at this. The next day, the fifth day, the fish and birds multiply. And what could this possibly mean except the spread of the good news? Right? And in fact, fish are kind of a symbol, aren't they, of the spread of the good news. In 36 Saul, who would become Paul, was converted on the road to Damascus, according to apostolic history of the early church. And Paul was the apostle to the Gentiles. He was largely responsible of spreading the good news to the Gentiles. And interestingly, in that same year of 36, or right in that time frame, Peter immersed the first Gentile, Cornelius, which was the beginning of the Gentiles coming into the believers. So what we're saying here is that the apostolic outreach to the Gentiles actually began in 36 AD. And this clearly ties in with this fifth day, which pictures the spread of the good news. So I think this marks 36 as the year when the fourth day gave way to the fifth day. So now we have that established. We have 36 years for the gap. Let's take a look at more. Well, if we take and we put the 36 years in the gap, all right, we subtract from BC dates to indicate passage of time. You know, in AD dates, as the numbers go up, time passes. In BC dates, as the number goes down, time passes. So you have to actually subtract the 36-year gap from the 4001. That means that the seventh day begins in 3965 BC. Now, if we start counting from that point, we're starting very close to or right on the beginning of the seventh day. Does that make sense? Is everybody following the math? All right, let's go on. Now we've corrected the times for each of the days. We have added in the 36-year gap so that now we're starting at the beginning of day 7. And each of these 1,000-year periods are corrected as the actual 1,000-year periods of day 7. We've looked at day 4 already. We've looked at day 5 already. Day 6 is the day that we're in, the 6,000th year, right? Look at what happens in the 6,000th year. Man was created and given dominion. In the 6,000th year, man is created and takes dominion. We're talking now about the new man in Yeshua Messiah is being created in the earth and is taking dominion. Now, I have some verses for you. This may be a whole new idea for you. You might not understand this at all because, you know, in the days that we're living in, for a lot of people, all they've ever heard about is being saved. They don't really even know there's something bigger than this. But when you look at Yeshua and the apostles, they were looking forward to something bigger than just a bunch of people being saved. They were looking forward to the perfecting of the body of Messiah as one new man in the fullness of Messiah. For instance, in John 17, Yeshua says, I in them and you in me, now he's praying to his Father, that they may be perfected into one, that the world may know that you sent me. You see, he's not talking about what's going to happen in eternity when all the believers are together in eternity, because the purpose of them being perfected into one is that the world will know. It's to be a witness to the world. So this must happen while this world still exists. Do you follow me? So they may be perfected into one. Now, when you look at believers in the world today, are they anything near perfected into one? Total division, right? Total division. And at this point in time, after this length of time, very clearly the church system is not going to accomplish this. And there is an answer to that, and we will get to that. But look at the other verses. You know, the apostles understood this too. In Ephesians chapter 4, Paul mentions this, again, using this word perfecting the holy ones, the body of Messiah, to a full-grown man, to the fullness of Messiah. In other words, what he sees happening in the earth is a corporate man that fully expresses Messiah in this world. Can you imagine that? That's what has to happen before this world is over. And it hasn't happened in day 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. It has to happen before day 6 is over. Romans 8 talks about this. It says, "For the anxious longing of the creation waits eagerly for the revealing of the sons of God." Why is the creation waiting for that? Because we can't go into the new creation until that happens, till the sons of God are revealed. That's really what this 6th day is all about. Revelation chapter 2, Messiah himself speaks to those who are his. And he says, "He who overcomes and he who keeps my works to the end, to him I will give authority over the nations. He will rule them with a rod of iron, shattering them like clay pots, as I also have received of my Father." Now, this is bold, isn't it? When we think about the rod of iron, we think about Yeshua Messiah having the rod of iron. But what Yeshua is saying to the overcomers is that I'm giving you the rod of iron, the same as I received from my Father. This speaks of taking dominion, and it's overcomers. You see, overcomers aren't just believers, are they? Overcomers are those who actually overcome the world, the flesh, and the devil to rule in the midst of the world. And this is the man-child of Revelation 12:5, where it tells us she brought forth a man-child who was to rule all nations with a rod of iron. It says further there, the great dragon was thrown down. And then there's a voice that says, "Now the salvation, the power, and the kingdom of our Elohim and the authority of his Messiah has come." Satan's thrown down. Now the kingdom is in the world. Then it says they overcame him because of the Lamb's blood and because of the word of their testimony. The overcomers are actually responsible for Satan being thrown down. And why has that happened? Because they did what Adam and Eve didn't do. They stood up in the face of Satan and they overcame him. And there was no more place for him in heaven because he had been proven to be the liar that he is. That's man taking dominion. And that has to happen before this 6th day is over. Well, we've had a lot of progress towards that day. From a biblical perspective, the launching pad for the explosion of faith and freedom that arose during this period was the marriage between the translation of the Bible into the common language and the printing press. Now, before the printing press, around 1448, there were men who actually did translate parts of the Bible into the common language. However, this could not take hold because when you have to copy that out by hand, you really can't get it out to enough people to really start a movement. So they did start something through the translation, but it couldn't really get going until the printing press. Now, when the Gutenberg printing press was invented, the very first books printed were copies of the Bible. And you could even say the purpose of the printing press was to print copies of the Bible in the common language of the people. The Gutenberg Bible, the Wycliffe Bible, the Tyndale Bible, the Great Bible, the Bishop's Bible, the Geneva Bible, and the King James Bible were all mass-produced. And they were inexpensive enough so that ordinary people were able to have their own Bible in their own language for the first time in history. And this is the most revolutionary thing that ever happened since Yeshua Messiah himself ever came onto this planet. You couldn't possibly even imagine how powerful this really was. Really, everything that we've seen happen since then has come about because people have had their own copy of the Bible, and it has revolutionized their lives and their thinking. The first thing that the Bible accomplished in the vernacular was the fact that it removed control of the Bible from the church and put it in the hands of the individual person, so that now people could feed on the Word of God, and they could be built up from within by the Spirit of God, and they could come to the knowledge of God. This was such an amazing thing, we couldn't possibly overstate how important this really was. It was a step, in fact, towards that corporate man coming about in the earth. Well, now we're going to look at this in terms of how historians look at the time period and see how this phenomenon of the printing press and the Bible in the hands of the common man had an effect. The early modern period began in the early 16th century. And during this time, there was an explosion of Bible knowledge. And what did this lead to? The Bible is the book of freedom, friends. And people were being set free from a dictatorial church. And this freedom swept the world. The European Renaissance actually came out of this. Think about the great paintings, for example, right? Think about the statue of David, things like this. The age of science and discovery. Think Isaac Newton, okay? Because of the Bible, they felt free to search into creation to try and learn more about God. Certainly the Protestant Reformation came about because people now had the Bible. And not all who had the Bible became true believers, but there was always a Spirit-filled remnant that were true believers. And a great missionary outreach came out of this. And revivals sprung up everywhere as the gospel was taken around the world. Well, in the late modern period, this began in the mid-18th century, this was continuing. One thing that was happening that I'm not mentioning here is people like Strong and others who started producing very powerful reference works so that the ordinary person was able to actually look into the meaning of the languages of the Bible. And a lot of amazing scholarship was done during this time that we're still benefiting from. Also, the biblical concepts of freedom led to God-given rights enshrined in the U.S. Constitution. This has been a game changer in the world. This is the first time this has happened, friends. This was really an amazing thing that happened, that government leaders actually acknowledged that individual people had rights given by God that are sacrosanct and are not subject to the government. How amazing is that to actually exist in this world? The Bible did that. The end of slavery. Slavery has been with us since very, very early days. And in the Western world, it was believers, Bible believers, that brought an end to slavery. The Industrial Revolution came about from all of this freedom that people had to explore. Now, while all of this was happening, the biblical worldview was also being challenged by all the isms: Darwinism, materialism, atheism, totalitarianism, communism, and more. During this period, the world population reached 1 billion people near the start. 1 billion people. It took all of this time, all of these other 1,000-year days, to finally get to a place where there's just 1 billion people in the world. And it reached 2 billion around 1927. So here's what that means. We have, at this time, about 7.5 billion people in the world. We probably have more people alive in the world right now than ever existed in all of history. That's pretty huge, isn't it? What does that mean about God's harvest of the earth? Something to think about, isn't it? Now we look at contemporary history. Historians set that at about 1945 to the present. And I think that's because the Second World War changed the world so much. World War II ends in 1945, with the United States being the leader of the free world. Very big deal because of God-given rights being enshrined in the Constitution. So, this is really at the center of the freedom in the free world and the West. Now, do historians recognize that? Unfortunately, most of them don't recognize that. But that's the truth of history. Israel was declared a state in 1948, a very huge thing, something that had to happen. Israel had to once again be back in the land for all of the last days prophecies to happen. And it came about during this period. The United Nations was created at the beginning of this period, a beginning to a march toward a global government, which is prophesied for this last period. Now, to the other isms we talked about, we can now add massive social engineering during this period. This includes mass mind control like never before in history, through the use of modern media and entertainment of all kinds, through schools and universities. And through all of this social engineering, a secular worldview has come to a place of ascendancy over the biblical worldview. The secular worldview is based on paganism, feminism, the drug culture, the sexual revolution, abortion, the LGBTQ agenda, globalism, and other isms. And because of this, basically turning away from the source of the freedom in this world, and people adopting these humanist and pagan ideas, persecution of believers has grown during this period to actually be greater than at any time in history. And we also see that the organized church, which many had great hopes for at the time of the Reformation, actually has been very disappointing and has suffered massive apostasy, has not been able to hold back the tide, but instead has been swept along with it and has declined over this period, and really is not the hope for that one new man to take authority in the world for the oneness, for the unity. It can't possibly happen through the organized church. Okay, now we're talking about the gap, bringing the gap forward 2,000 years. What do we see? If we add in that gap, then the seventh age of the seventh day would start in 2036 AD. And if we look at the fourth age of man, in which Messiah came, and we look at the end of that period, and then we correspond it with 2,000 years, it's amazing what happens. Messiah's ministry began in 29 AD. According to this timing, the tribulation will begin in the fall of 2029 AD, and the man-child ministry will begin that we were looking at in Revelation chapter 12. Also, Revelation 14 talks about it in other places. So we have Messiah as a human being on the earth beginning his ministry in 29 AD. We have the corporate man beginning his ministry at the beginning of the tribulation in 2029 AD. Isn't that amazing? We have Messiah's death and resurrection, where he is betrayed, and that happened in 33 AD. And in 2033 AD is when the reign of the Antichrist will begin. Isn't that an interesting correspondence? Exactly 2,000 years later, after the death of Messiah, we have the rise of the anti-Messiah. And he will reign for 3.5 years, the scriptures tell us, that bring us to 2036. The fourth age of the seventh day ended in 36. The sixth age of the seventh day will end in 2036. We have this interesting verse from Hosea 6, 1 and 2. Come and let us return to Yahweh. Now this is talking to Israel. After 2 days, he will revive us. On the third day, he will raise us up that we may live in his sight. After 2 days, he will revive us. Exactly 2,000 years after Messiah's death is when the man-child ministry will be raised up in the earth. Isn't that amazing? And then on the third day, he will raise us up. Well, the third day from day 4 would be day 7. At the start of day 7 is when the resurrection of the dead in Messiah will occur. All of this prophesied in Scripture for us. In Matthew and Luke, it tells us about one generation in which all the signs that Messiah gave would occur and would end in his return. Luke tells us that this generation must begin at the end of the Gentile times, and it defines the Gentile times as times in which Jerusalem is trampled underfoot by the Gentiles. In other words, the Gentiles have control of Jerusalem. So that the Gentile times are over when the Jews, once again, are in control of Jerusalem. This actually happened in 1967, marking the beginning of the biblical end of the age generation. So the last year of the Gentile times was 1966. And the first year of the final generation was 1967. So if you take the last year of the Gentile times, 1966, and then you add 70 years for a biblical generation, this also ends in the year 2036 AD, exactly what we found by looking at the days of creation. So here we have two different approaches that yield us the same date. Now we want to talk about something special that is supposed to be happening during this period. This is something that you almost never hear about from any church. Some Messianic people talk about it. It is the exodus of the remnant of Israel. This is a last days event in Jeremiah chapter 23, talks about this. Verse 7 and 8 says, "Therefore, behold, the days come, says Yahweh, that they shall no more say, as Yahweh lives, who brought up the children of Israel out of the land of Egypt, but as Yahweh lives, who brought up and who led the seed of the house of Israel out of the north country, and from all the countries where I had driven them. They shall dwell in their own land." Now, this is only one prophecy of many about this last days event that will happen. And it's talking about the children of Israel. In other places, it calls them the remnant of Israel. And these are the people who have been assimilated in all of the nations of the world, who are actually the seed of Israel. But it's been many generations that they have been assimilated. They don't even know they're the seed of Israel. And when I say the seed of Israel, I'm not just talking about Jews who are of the tribe of Judah. I'm talking about people who are assimilated from all the different tribes of Israel, all 12 tribes as enumerated in Revelation chapter 7. And this is truly a miracle, that what has to happen for this exodus out of all the different nations is that Yahweh must awaken in the remnant a knowledge of who they are and a desire to be a part of his holy nation. And these people then actually need to be willing to return to their land. And it tells us that they are going to return to their own land. But it's going to be as the second Exodus. How did that happen in the first Exodus? It was an organized thing, right? The nation was an organized nation. And in this second Exodus that it's talking about, that's going to be even greater. The people of this nation, the remnant, are going to come from all the different nations. And they're going to assemble together as one nation. And just as Israel went out of Egypt, they're going to go out of a central location in this world and return to the land of Israel, where Yahweh has a place of safety for them. So while the church is crashing and burning, friends, Yahweh is at work raising up the solution, the remnant of Israel. That's really what this is telling us if we put all of these different prophecies together. Now, I've done this in other teachings already. This is getting long. I can't really go into this deeply enough here. Please come to our Zion.org website and sign up and get looking at this information. We have so much free information. Find out what is really going to happen. You know, it's not going to be the rapture. It's going to be this. That is what's going to happen. Now, why is this so important to us? Well, because all of this is going to be involved. This is what is happening now during this time period. The Messianic remnant of Israel are being gathered. They will be organized according to the tribes of Israel. Yahweh will bring them back to the land in the remnant exodus. They will produce the 144,000 of Mount Zion, the man-child of the kingdom. Yahweh will use them to complete the harvest of the nations, and Yahweh's name will be glorified in Israel. Now, does that mean only those who are actually descendants of Israel can be included? No, because people of all nations can be grafted in to this group. Just like there was a vast mixed company that went out with Israel and became part of Israel in the first Exodus, the same thing can happen again. Why is this going to happen? Well, among other reasons, because big trouble is coming on the nations. And this is a way of escape for those who are righteous, for the overcomers. Remember this from our last teaching? This is showing how much of this last generation has gone by already. Notice all that is behind us. Notice the period of the gap, which we've now explained, and where we're at in 2018. There's not a lot of time left. This basically brings that information up to date with what I've just explained to you. So let's take a look at this. The yellow is the time period that Yahweh set aside for preparation of the remnant. That's what's going on right now, the period from 2015 to 2022. The remnant are being gathered and prepared for the remnant exodus. And things get really kind of dicey after this period, friends. So join us at Zion.org and learn about this. Find out what's going on here. You know, Moses had a sign when he went to the people. Yahweh gave him a sign. He was able to put his rod down, and when it turned into a snake, everybody went, ah! And they knew he was supposed to be the leader. I have a sign too, and you're looking at it. I have this knowledge, and nobody else has this. I've been sitting on this for 20 years. Why do I have it? I have it because Yahweh tasked me with leading the remnant home in the second Exodus. And I tell you that because you need to know it, not because I want to brag about it. I think a lot like Moses, I might be just as happy if somebody else was doing this. But I need to do it because he's given me this job. So I'm laying it out for you very plainly. And I'm showing you right here that we're in a very favored time period right now. This is why things changed in the world. I don't know if you noticed this, but the world was really headed towards an early demise when things suddenly changed in the world and things started to get better. Why did that happen? It's because Yahweh intervened, and he is allowing us this favorable time to react to this truth, to react to the times that we're in, to do something about it. And we're halfway through this favorable time period right now, which will end in 2022. In 2023 to 2029, 7-year period. At some point in that period, the remnant exodus will occur. The remnant will be formed together as a single nation, and together as a nation under Yeshua Messiah, we will return to the land together, to a place of safety that Yahweh will have set aside for us, where no one can touch us. And we'll be really glad that happened, because in 2029, the 7-year Great Tribulation is going to break out. And it will be very much like that turbulent water we were looking at in our opening slide. It will be a time where any individual on their own is going to be in big trouble. Things are going to be so tumultuous. You know, already, if you're following the news, you're realizing the world is changing And it's kind of scary how tumultuous that things can be. During that time, things are going to change so much in the world that it's truly amazing. There will be a one world government. It will become dictatorial. There will actually be demonic spirits walking in the flesh on this planet, having a lot to do with the control of the world. There will be a surveillance of every person in the nations. There will be lists of people made. People will be forced to either come on board or be killed, according to Revelation 13. You don't want to be out in the nations when all of that happens. You want to be in the place of safety. However, that boat will have left port before the tribulation happens. So, the time to pay attention to this is now, not then. That's already too late. When you're in the rapids and you fall out of the boat, it's too late to think about having a life jacket. Who are these people? They are people who know the living God. They are people who know the truth when they hear it. I hope that you are one of those people, because there's a lot at stake for everybody. And all you have to do is read the book of Revelation, and you'll understand that that period we're approaching is not anything to take for granted. You know, some people might look at this and say, oh, well, we're getting close now to the return of Messiah. So all I have to do is just wait it out a few years, and then I'll be fine. Well, let me tell you, that's foolish. It's time to be getting ready. That's what it's time to be doing. Don't waste your time. Don't waste your time on things that are not essential. Build yourself up in your relationship with God. Learn what it means to be part of His nation. Prepare yourself for the second Exodus. It's a complete paradigm change that we need to make. And I'm just telling you what the truth is. You need to make this change, and you need to do it as soon as you possibly can do it. Habakkuk 2 and 3 says this. Yahweh answered me and said, write the vision and make it plain upon tables. That's what I've tried to do here. That's what all these slides are, tables, making it plain, that he may rush. It says run, and the Hebrew word also means rush, that he may rush that readeth it. In other words, it's saying that there's an urgency. That's what the tables are about, making it plain. That those who receive this message need to take it and run with it. It's urgent. It goes on, for the vision is yet for the appointed time, but at the end it shall speak and not lie. Though it tarry, wait for it, because it will surely come. It will not tarry. The last age of the world, a time of great crisis, a time when every human being will have to choose a side, a time when individuals will be out of control. Don't wait until we get that far to make a choice. If you decide that you need a lifeline for those coming days, come and sign up free of charge at tsiyon.org. And can you help us get this message out to other people? Please like and subscribe the video, and do whatever else you can to get this video around to other people. Let's just close this message with a prayer. Father, we want to come to you here at the end of this series of messages. We pray, Father, that you might get this video into the hands of every person that needs to see it. And Father, I just pray that you might energize the hearts and minds of your remnant to see and understand the days we're in and to take action. Father, truly you are in control of the ages of time, and all of them exist because you have a plan and a purpose that you're working out. And Father, we just pray for the righteous that they might respond to your word. We want to give you glory and honor and praise, Father, in Yeshua's name. Amen. And we thank all of you for being with us for this series of messages. We hope that we hear from you soon.
For whatever things were written before were written for our learning, that we, through the patience and comfort of the Scriptures, might have hope. You know, the apostles, they were Torah scholars. This is why I'm doing Zion Academy. The lessons include 2-hour audio programs and quiz modules. All the lessons in the Torah can be applied to us today. Not to mention, they open up the renewed covenant scriptures in a whole new level, much like the apostles had understanding of the Torah. Plus, I can do the courses in my own time, at my own pace, with no prerequisites, and at a very low cost. I can do them here. Or here.
Zion Academy students are provided with study materials, the Zion Messianic Scriptures, in-depth verse-by-verse programs, and quizzes with your final grade and a certificate at the end of the course. Zion Academy also offers assignments for students who would like to opt in to take part in the Zion Tabernacle live Shabbat meetings. Become immersed in the Torah. Find out how you can become a Zion Academy student at zion.org.
Brothers and sisters in Messiah, we're going to have a little review. In 1967, I had been a servant of Yahweh for 1 year. I was a teenager. In that year, the Jews took back Jerusalem. And the times of the Gentiles were over, and we had entered into the final generation. Yeshua Messiah said that when we would enter into that final generation, that within that one generation that saw that first event, there would be many people that would see all of the events of that last generation, including the conclusion of that final generation with the return of Messiah. In 1967, the first thing that happened was that Messiah began a 40-year judgment period of the church system, those people who claimed to be following him. And that was up at the end of the Hebrew year that had begun in 2007. At that time, Messiah found that the church system was wanting. It had not responded to the word, had not responded to him, and so the menorah of the church system was removed. Now, that is not to say that there are no people in the church system that are not approved of Messiah, but the system itself is over so far as he is concerned. In the spring of 2008, the day of judgment of the world began. A judgment court was convened in heaven. And the Father came forth with a scroll in his hand. Messiah came forward and took the scroll out of his hand, meaning that he stood up and took authority. And he began ruling in the midst of his enemies, as it talks about in Psalm 110. The actions that he took are described there in Revelation as unsealing seals of the scroll. He unsealed the first 4 seals in very rapid succession and let loose the 4 horsemen of Revelation. And we have been reeling from those events ever since. The events that those 4 horsemen have unleashed into the world. In the summer of 2015, another one of those seals was released, the 5th seal, unsealing a great persecution of believers around the world. Even now, right now, there is a greater persecution of believers in Messiah than has ever happened. And this is only going to worsen as we move deeper now into this final generation. In the book of Revelation, it tells us about these seals in Revelation chapter 6. The last seal it mentions there is the 5th seal. In the very next chapter, Revelation chapter 7, it talks about 144,000 being sealed out of each of the 12 tribes of Israel. 12,000 out of each tribe. As you read about that, it's as if everything stops for that to happen. But it doesn't stop. Those horses are still riding. Things are still happening. But the great day of Yahweh's wrath is not going to come until those 144,000 are sealed, meaning that the remnant is gathered out of all the tribes of Israel to return to Israel in the remnant exodus. This is ahead of us. And it is much closer than it seems. Much closer than it seems. Because the scripture says Yahweh will speed it up in his own time. And when he speeds something up, it gets speeded up. When we return to the narrative in Revelation, after Revelation 7, we get into Revelation 8. And the next 2 seals are opened in very rapid succession. the sixth seal and the seventh seal. When that happens, amazing things are going on. Here in Revelation 6, 15 through 17, it talks about this. And it connects these celestial events with the great day of his wrath. So, the great day of his judgment has been ongoing, but now the great day of his wrath begins, where he's actually pouring out vengeance upon the wicked. And this outpouring of his wrath begins with the destruction of Gog and Gog's hordes. In several presentations, we've been looking at King Gog. Before we began these talks, most of us might have thought that Gog was a character in just one place in the Scriptures. But we have found out that Gog is mentioned under other names and in other ways in numerous places in the Scriptures. And the events that happen with Gog at that time are events of major importance. In some ways, what happens with Gog seems to be even more important than what happens with the Antichrist or the Anti-Messiah. This, it really throws people off because the way that Yahweh's resentment is so great towards Gog and the way he deals with him makes people think this must be the Antichrist. We're going to look at this tonight. We're going to, I think, understand better why this is such a major event that happens right at the beginning of Yahweh's day of wrath. Now, one thing I want to say about the day of wrath, it's not a literal day. If you read through those scriptures that I had put out in the newsletter today, you'll see that it's spoken of in different ways. It's talked about as the day of his wrath. It's talked about as the year of his vengeance. It is a time period. And the truth of the matter is, when we look at the prophetic picture that we find in the book of Daniel, the book of Revelation, and other places, it is essentially synonymous with the period of the Great Tribulation, which is 7 years long. As we read in Revelation about this, what we find is bowls of wrath being poured out on the wicked through this period. Even at the very beginning, we have events that not only destroy Gog, but destroy many other wicked people too, celestial events. And these are quickly followed up by other celestial events that kill off large numbers of wicked people. We saw King Gog in Ezekiel chapter 38 and 39. We read how Yahweh would lead him onto the mountains of Israel with a vast horde, like locusts covering the land, causing the people to be in horrible fear. With a situation so bad, there's no way that they could do anything about it. And Yahweh himself will save them. will destroy Gog and Gog's hordes and many other wicked people along with that. We found this mentioned very specifically, not only in Ezekiel, but in Joel chapter 2 and in Daniel chapter 11. And it's in other places as well. A while back, one of our sisters from Slovakia sent me a message that was from Targum Isaiah, chapter 33. Now, it's not the verses I'm going to share with you, but it got me looking at Targum Isaiah, chapter 33. And I found it so interesting that it mentions Gog in that chapter. I didn't know that. Somehow that it had escaped me. And what it tells me when I read this, because it doesn't say Gog in the original version of Isaiah. But you know, the Targum is an Aramaic translation of Isaiah that includes the commentary of some of the Jewish sages. And so that's written into the text. So when we read it, we can actually tell what those sages believed about the verses they were quoting. It says here in verse 22, "For the Lord is our judge, who by his power brought us out of Egypt. The Lord who is our teacher, who gave us the doctrine of the law from Sinai. The Lord is our king. He will redeem us and execute for us vengeance of judgment on the host of Gog." This is quite an amazing verse here in the Targum, because what it tells us is in Messiah's day and before, they connected the redemption of Israel with the vengeance on Gog. The two things go together. The redemption of Israel and the vengeance on Gog. It tells us at that time, the people shall be bereft of their strength. It describes them like a ship where the mast has been broken, so it can't take any wind, it can't go anywhere, it's dead in the water. That's what the people will be like before this onslaught of Gog. And yet, it tells us Israel will divide up the treasures of the people. After this thing is over, they can just wander out there, and whatever treasures all of these soldiers and armies had, they can just pick them up and walk away with them. Israel will have no strength to save itself, yet it will be saved and will have the victory. Here in Targum Isaiah, it continues on, and I think the most important thing is here, the people, the house of Israel, shall be gathered together, and they shall return to their land, their sins being forgiven. So here it connects up the redemption of Israel, the destruction of Gog, and the returned remnant, all together in these verses in the Targum. The great day of the wrath of Yahweh begins with the destruction of Gog, which brings in the reconciliation of all Israel. This is why Gog is so much more important than the Antichrist. Yahweh loves Israel. And this is how the reconciliation of Israel is going to come about. Jeremiah chapter 30 is another place that talks about these events. But the focus here in Jeremiah 30 is not so much on Gog as it is on Israel. It says, the word that came to Jeremiah from Yahweh, saying, thus speaks Yahweh, the Elohim of Israel, saying, write all the words that I have spoken to you in a scroll. Now, when we go on to the next verse, we're going to see that Jeremiah is instructed to write this scroll for the benefit of the remnant of Israel at the time of their return, because he immediately follows up this instruction to write this in a scroll by talking about the remnant. He says, for behold, ties in directly with the preceding statement. The days come, says Yahweh, that I will turn again the captivity of my people, Israel and Judah, says Yahweh. And I will cause them to return to the land that I gave to their fathers, and they shall possess it. The way this worked out, Yahweh turned the captivity of Judah first. And he caused them to return to the land. And they established the state of Israel. That is what has happened. But this is not just to Judah. It's to Israel and Judah. So it still remains for this prophecy to be completely fulfilled, with all the tribes, including some from Judah, who still will be returning, as well as all the other tribes, to possess the land. These are the words that Yahweh spoke concerning Israel and concerning Judah. Once again, this is very specific. It's not just about Judah. It's about Israel and Judah. And if we understand the history, we know what happened with Israel, people from the kingdom of Israel. In other words, from the northern kingdom. The Assyrians came and deported them off of the land. And from there they were scattered to the four corners of the earth. But these words are directed towards these scattered Israelites as well as towards Judah. However, it's talking to them after they've already been returned to the land. So this chapter is not about the return of the remnant. This is about something that happens after the remnant are already there. And Yahweh can then speak words to both the returned remnant of Israel as well as Judah already residing in the land, who had been residing in the land. It goes on here, for thus says Yahweh, hear the outbursts of trembling, of fear, of no peace. Realize that's just like Joel 2. Right? We went through Joel 2. And why is it that they needed to blow the trumpet? Fear, right? no peace, trembling. Mentions that in Joel 2 as well. Same event that it's talking about. It says, ask now, see whether a man does travail with a child. Why do I see every man with his hands on his belly as a woman in travail, and all faces are turned into paleness? Well, this is not Halloween. This isn't just scaring somebody to scare them because it's fun or something. Yahweh is bringing this frightening situation on Israel for a reason, to produce something. And at the moment at which this happens, it's a pregnant nation. Even the men are spoken of here as being pregnant. It's because the whole nation is at this point of giving birth to something. And this fear that grips everyone, this trembling that grips everyone at the face of Gog and his hordes, is an instrument that Yahweh is using to bring this to birth. Alas, for that day is great, so that none is like it. It is even the time of Jacob's trouble, but he shall be saved out of it. You know, people a lot of times think that Jacob's trouble is his trouble with the Antichrist. But of course, these events happen well before the Antichrist, right? These events happen as Gog is assembled with his hordes on the mountains of Israel, about ready to attack and destroy everybody. This is the time of Jacob's trouble. It's a great day. There's none other like it. And it's a great day because it's the day of Yahweh's wrath. It's a day when that begins. So Jacob shall be saved out of Jacob's trouble. It shall come to pass in that day, says Yahweh of hosts, that I will break his yoke from off your neck and will burst your bonds. In context with the preceding verse, when it says, I will break his yoke from off your neck, his, that it's talking about, is Jacob. Jacob's yoke. Jacob has been carrying a yoke. And that has been the condition of Israel for hundreds of years, really operating outside of the favor of Yahweh. Israel had disobeyed Yahweh, and this had brought them under a yoke of slavery to the nations. However, through this day of wrath, this judgment that begins with this judgment on Gog, all of that was going to change now. The yoke would be removed. The bonds would be removed. Israel will be set free. Foreigners shall no more make him their bondservant. But they shall serve Yahweh their Elohim and David their king, whom I will raise up to them. What is that talking about? It's talking about the kingdom. Now, the best way for me to explain this to you is to talk to you about the history that I've explained to you before of what happened in the first century. Because it's a repeat and conclusion to what had happened then. We know what happened with Messiah when he came is he set up a separation work so that in Israel, in actual Israel, there were those people who repented and they turned to Messiah and they were added in to covenantal Israel. But then the other ones who were apostates, what happened to them? Yahweh did not regard them as Israel. Instead, they were burned up, right? Isn't that what Yohanan, the immerser, said to them? The axe is at the root of the tree. That's what he told them. So this is what is going to happen again through these events. These events are going to be so great and so powerful that if any of the house of Israel or the house of Judah do not respond, there's something wrong with them. They truly are apostate. So what this is really talking about is a separation that is going to happen. So for all who are true Israel, when that outpouring of the Holy Spirit comes down upon them, they're going to be set free from man. That's going to be over. They're going to be fully under the kingdom of Yeshua Messiah and set free from man. And not only that, but it says here, David their king will be restored. What that means is not only will Messiah be directly in place over them, but also his government will be in place over believing Israel, which will be true Israel. That's what is going to come out of this happening. So you'll have the remnant in the land who have already been taken out of the nations and brought into Israel. But now with this, you'll also have many new believers that are going to come out of Judah, unbelieving Israel, and become believing. And these will then come together in the kingdom of Israel, in the earth. Then, and you know what? It has to be that way, and I'll tell you why. Because if Yahweh's favor is returned to Israel, then the government of Israel has to rule. So that's simple. You cannot have his favor returned to Israel and Israel continue under the rulership of the world. So his kingdom will begin by being reestablished over his nation Israel, even though the rest of the world is still going to be ruled under Satan's kingdom. And that rest of the world will include all of the unbelievers who by blood are of Israel, but who have not responded to Yahweh. So in the next verse it says, "Therefore don't you be afraid, O Jacob my servant, says Yahweh. Neither be dismayed, Israel. For behold, I will save you from afar, and your seed from the land of their captivity. And Jacob shall return, and shall be quiet and peaceful, and none shall make him afraid." Here Yahweh is speaking consoling words to the scattered remnant, saying, essentially, listen, you're going to be included in this too. And you know what? It's hard to believe. We're exiled through the nations. It's hard for us to understand, how can this happen? How can the remnant exodus happen? But Yahweh continually reassures us, yes, you're going to be included. And we will. Here's why. For I am with you, says Yahweh, to save you. For I will make a full end of all the nations where I have scattered you. But I will not make a full end of you. But I will correct you in measure, and will in no way leave you unpunished. That's fair. You know, for many centuries, Yahweh has been defamed by his people. We need correction, and in some cases, punishment. And this is corrective. In order to correct our way so that we can be a part of these amazing events. This is why Yahweh doesn't just do things without allowing some time to happen. And you know, right now we are in this place of correction, where he is correcting our way. He's doing it by teaching us the truth more and more, but he's doing it in a very personal way in our lives. And as we draw close to him and we see him, we can see it. We can see the ways in which he is correcting us. And the more seriously we take that and work along with him, the better the whole thing goes. Now, at the time here, of course, Jeremiah is living long ago, before these events would ever happen, even before the destruction of Judah happened. And so he's talking to those people back then, those Israelites. He says, your hurt is incurable and your wound grievous. Now, how did he know that? Because he sent prophets to them for 400 years. And they wouldn't listen. Their wound was incurable. Everything he did to try and cure them of their idolatry and their evil, they rejected. There was no way to help those people. You know, if you're a doctor and you have somebody come to you and they've got a problem, you try this and it doesn't work. You try the next thing and it doesn't work. Then you try something else and it doesn't work. What eventually happens when you get to your whole bag of tricks? You're done. You have to declare to the patient, listen, I'm sorry, but you're incurable. There's nothing I can do to help you. That's what happened with Israel and Judah. They got to this place where they were incurable. You know what happens with people like that? Everybody rejects them. They're trouble, right? So Yahweh says, there's none to plead your cause that you may be bound up. You have no healing medicines. All your lovers have forgotten you. They don't seek you. For I have wounded you with the wound of an enemy, with the chastisement of a cruel one, for the greatness of your iniquity, because your sins were increased. This is what happened. And history testifies to the reality of this. It's a long and sordid history of our nation. Why do you cry for your hurt? Your pain is incurable for the greatness of your rebellion. Because your sins were increased, I have done these things to you. The next verse is kind of strange following on that. It says, therefore, all those who devour you shall be devoured, and all your adversaries, every one of them, shall go into captivity, and those who despoil you shall be a spoil, and all who prey on you will I give for a prey. Why does he say that? Well, I'll tell you why. Because even though they were incurable and rebellious against him, they were Israel, his people. And the world had no right to touch them and to kick them while they were down. But they did. They have, and they are. So Yahweh says, all your adversaries, every one of them, shall go into captivity. This is exactly what will happen with the rise of the Antichrist. All of the enemies of Israel will go into captivity to the Antichrist kingdom. They will find out for a change what captivity feels like, and they're not going to like it. Yahweh's people, on the other hand, are going to be free and protected during that whole experience. For I will restore health to you, and I will heal you of your wounds, says Yahweh, because they have called you an outcast, saying, it is Zion whom no man seeks after. And I have to say, I've heard that phrase. There's a lot of people that want nothing to do with this Zion ministry. You know, we keep the lunar Sabbath. Hold your nose. We keep it because it's Yahweh's Sabbath. That's why we keep it. There's something about the remnant that even if they're treated as outcasts, what they want is to obey Yahweh. What they want is the truth, and they go after the truth, and people look at them and do not desire them, do not want them, do not want to be a part of them, because they are just too weird. Thus says Yahweh, behold, I will release the exiles of Jacob from their wanderings in compassion to reside in their true homes. And the city shall be built on its own hill, and the seat of government shall be established according to the divine ordinances thereof. So these scattered outcasts, these exiles, are going to be done with their wanderings through the world. They're going to be brought back to their true homes in the land, the place where finally they belong. And there will be a city on a hill. You know, it doesn't say Jerusalem here, and I think that's for a reason. They will have a seat of government in the land. and it will be established according to the divine ordinances of Scripture. It's really talking about a reestablishment of the kingdom government among his people in the land. Now, it's up to us to be moving towards this, which we are. But this is finally going to be fully in place in the land. Out of them shall proceed thanksgiving and the voice of those who make merry. And I will multiply them, and they shall not be few. I will also glorify them, and they shall not be small. A bunch of outcasts who are going to be glorified. Kind of hurts the head a little bit, just trying to think of that. But they are actually going to share in the glory of Yahweh. You just think about being his people there in the land when he destroys Gog for your sake. You're going to share in that glory, right? People are going to be looking to you to find out, hey, what's going on with this? You're going to be the one that's going to be able to tell them. Their children also shall be many as before, and their assembly shall be established before me, and I will punish all who oppress them. So this is so cool. Just think about this. Their assembly shall be established before me. What is that talking about? This is the assembly of Israel, established before Yahweh. Something that has not existed for a very long time. And it's going to include the remnant, and it's going to include the formerly unbelieving Jews that now turn to Yahweh and all become one assembly. Isn't that awesome? It says their leader shall be one of them, and their commander shall proceed from their midst. Now, many times people think this is talking about Messiah. Messiah is their king. That's something different than their leader and their commander that comes from among them. In other words, Israel is going to return to the same thing that it did before, as it did in the first century with James as the leader of the assembly, as it did far earlier with David leading under the kingship of Yahweh. There will be a leader of Israel. There will be a commander who comes from the midst of the people, who is one of them. None of this elitist nonsense like we have in this world, right? With people who are above us that we never meet, never know, who don't care anything about us. Instead, we will have a leader who is one of us, has gone through the same things, who experiences the same troubles, who is like us, who is us. And Yahweh says, I will cause him to draw near, and he shall approach to me. For who is he who has had boldness to approach to me? What Yahweh is saying here is, I'm going to pick your commander. I'm going to cause him to draw near. And basically, he wouldn't do it if I didn't tell him to, because who dares to do that? Right? Who dares to step forward before Yahweh and say, I'm the leader? Nobody dares to do that. If they do, they end up like Korah, right? So we will have a real government of Messiah over his people Israel. It will be a complete reestablishment of the nation, but better than it's ever been, because everyone is going to be filled with the Spirit. Everyone is going to have enjoyed this wonderful outpouring, is going to have this incredible empowerment, each one for their place. This is what the mature body of Messiah is about. This is what Messiah meant when he told us, all of you will be one. That's what it's all about. Truly, finally coming to this place of maturity in Yeshua Messiah, his body in the world. You shall be my people, and I will be your Elohim. And then it says, behold, the storm of Yahweh, his wrath has gone forth, a sweeping storm, and it shall burst on the head of the wicked. Destroying Gog is just the beginning. This is the event with which the great day of his wrath begins. And it's like a storm that is just going to keep sweeping forward, destroying all the wicked in its path. 7 years of that. The fierce anger of Yahweh will not return until he has executed and until he has performed the intentions of his heart. In the latter days, you will understand it. Do you understand it? There's a fierce judgment that is falling upon this world. And you know what? Every day it becomes more apparent how deserved it really is. If you pay attention to what's going on in the world, you see wickedness everywhere. And there's no one to stop it. And the wicked just keep getting more wicked and doing worse things than they did the day before. What is going to stop all that? The day of Yahweh's wrath is going to stop it. The next verse, which is the first verse of Jeremiah 31, is actually part of this same message. It says, now, says Yahweh, I will be the Elohim of all the tribes of Israel, and they shall be my people. Israel restored, fully, completely. We're going to look at a few other places in Scripture that help to tie this together and help us understand it. Romans 11. These are verses we often look to explain about Israel. Verse 11 says this, I ask then, did they, the unbelieving Jews, stumble that they might forever fall? May it never be. But by their fall, salvation has come to the Gentiles to provoke them to jealousy. And then in the next verse it says, now if their fall is the riches of the world, and their loss the riches of the Gentiles, how much more their fullness? For if their rejection is the reconciliation of the world, what is their reconciliation but life from the dead? Well, here's a few different things that help us understand this. First of all, we're told that the stumbling of the unbelieving Jews is not forever. But it's for a reason. And it's for the salvation of the Gentiles. It says to provoke them to jealousy. Now, as we go along, it's going to become more apparent what I'm going to tell you right now. But the Gentiles it's talking about here are not simply people who aren't Israelites. In context, what it is, it's the scattered remnant of Israel who are scattered among the Gentiles that it's talking about. They're the ones that basically are the reason for the unbelieving Jews. And it's so that they could be gathered and could provoke those unbelieving Jews to jealousy. Now, just imagine what's going to happen with this event with Gog. All of the unbelieving Jews are going to be in complete terror. Kind of like women holding their bellies before they have a baby. Never had one before. And they're just wrenched with pain. What is going to happen? Kind of like that. However, the remnant who have come out of the Gentiles, are they going to be in that kind of shape? No, they're not going to be afraid like that. Certainly, there will be some fear when you look out and you see all of that in your natural man. But in your spirit, what's going to happen? You're going to remember all this, aren't you? You're going to know what the truth is. You're going to be reassured by Yahweh. What about those unbelieving Jews around you that are watching this happen? They're thinking you're crazy. And then what happens? Yahweh totally destroys Gog. And then they say, you had something they didn't have. This Holy Spirit is poured out. What they see is going to provoke them to jealousy. And they're going to want it too. They're finally going to decide that all those rabbinic traditions are really not worth very much when it comes right down where the rubber meets the road. What really matters is having a real connection with Him. So, it tells us if their fall is the riches of the world and their loss the riches of the Gentiles, how much more their fullness? Well, you see, it's talking about both things. The world, because the world now could be admitted into the kingdom, people from the world, and the riches of the Gentiles. What had belonged to the Jews now was being given to the remnant, the believing remnant. The way that was happening in the first century was with James, with the apostles, with Paul. All of those people, they are the ones that had it, and the unbelieving Jews didn't. And then it says, if their rejection is the reconciliation of the world, that is through Yeshua Messiah, what is their reconciliation but life from the dead? What life from the dead is it talking about? It's talking about Ezekiel chapter 37. Israel coming back to life again. That's what it's talking about. All Israel being saved. Paul goes on, I ask then, did they, the unbelieving Jews, stumble that they might fall forever? May it never be. For if their rejection is the reconciliation of the world, what will their reconciliation be but life from the dead? That's worth looking at twice. Romans 11:25. For I don't desire you to be ignorant, brothers, of this mystery, so that you won't be wise in your own conceits. that a partial hardening has happened to Israel until the fullness of the Gentiles has come in. And so all Israel will be saved. Of course, the fullness of the Gentiles refers to Genesis 48:19, where Jacob says the seed of Ephraim will become the fullness of the Gentiles. It's talking there about scattered Israel that would fill up the nations, the Gentile nations. So what is this telling us? That this has happened in such a way so that scattered Israel, the fullness of the Gentiles, can now come back in to Israel. That's the plan. That's why it's happened this way. That's why our unbelieving Jewish brothers did everything that it took, the sweat and the blood, everything it took to reestablish a nation in the land. And you know, we owe them a lot. And really, we have no reason to in any way feel exalted over them, because Yahweh has used them to reestablish a nation in the land. And they've made great sacrifices to do it. And truly, we need to appreciate it. And all of this has happened so that all Israel will be saved, those who are the fullness of the Gentiles, together with unbelieving Jews. And, of course, they will become believing when these events happen. The ones it's talking about there. Revelation chapter 12 is another place that talks about this. And I have other messages on Revelation 12 that you might want to listen to, radio messages. But we're going to look at it briefly. Revelation 12:1. A great sign was seen in heaven, a woman clothed with the sun and the moon under her feet, and on her head a crown of 12 stars. She was with child. She cried out in pain, laboring to give birth. Well, it talks about a sign in heaven because actually this sign is played out in the constellation of heaven in the fall, around the time of the fall feast very often. And that's probably an indication of when the events we're talking about are actually going to happen. And the woman, of course, is the woman Israel. And this ties in directly with Joseph's dream in the book of Genesis. She has a crown of 12 stars. These, of course, are the tribes of Israel. She's with child. She cries out in pain, laboring to give birth. Again, we have this birth theme. This is actually the same event. This is the same event as what happens with the attack of Gog. Israel will be pregnant. Another sign was seen in heaven. Behold, a great red dragon, having 7 heads and 10 horns, and on his head 7 crowns. The dragon stood before the woman who was about to give birth, so that when she gave birth, he might devour her child. This is Satan's intent with Gog and Gog's hordes, to kill Israel before Israel can give birth. But Yahweh has a different plan. It goes on here. It tells, of course, about the dragon, and then it says, she gave birth to a son, a man-child, who is to rule all the nations with a rod of iron. Her child was caught up to God and to his throne. Well, of course, on one level, this is, of course, very reminiscent of Yeshua Messiah. But when we look at where it's at in the book of Revelation, and that the book of Revelation is about things that happen in the final generation, then we realize it's talking about this man-child that would be born of Israel, which we would call restored Israel. And this is the kingdom under Messiah, restored to Israel, that will rule all the nations. And before it can be destroyed, it's caught up to God and to his throne, meaning it comes under his authority and protection, just as we've seen from all these prophecies that we've been looking at. This is immediately followed by war in heaven. And there's a great battle led by Michael and his angels against Satan and his angels. But Satan cannot prevail, and Satan and his angels are thrown down to the earth. To the earth. They're actually going to be on the earth. And Daniel chapter 8 actually describes them walking on the earth. And they're not just here for sightseeing. They, of course, want to rule. They want to prevent this thing from going any further. But as the war breaks out in heaven, here's what this voice from heaven says. Now the salvation, the power, and the kingdom of our God and the authority of his Messiah has come. Now, just think of this. This happens at the beginning of the tribulation. And yet, the kingdom and the authority of Messiah has come. Has come. It's happened. It's established in the man-child. It exists in the earth. And when Messiah returns, he's returning to his kingdom. That's what's happening. And then he's, of course, going to expand it throughout the whole earth. It says of those who are involved here, they overcame him because of the Lamb's blood and because of the word of their testimony. They didn't love their life even to death. That's the character of those believers that are going to be part of that man-child. Then it says, woe to the earth and to the sea, because the devil has gone down to you, having great wrath, knowing that he has but a short time. Of course, you're going to have tribulation, right? You've got a war going on. A war between heavenly entities. But these evil heavenly entities now on the earth. Amazing. This is an amazing thing to imagine. How much worse is it going to be then than it is now? You know, we see the evil in the world today, and we're grieved. Can you imagine just how bad it will be with really thousands, if not billions, of evil fallen angels actually walking the surface of the earth? It's an incredible thing to even imagine. Fortunately, we have some encouraging words. Verse 6 says, the woman fled into the wilderness where she has a place prepared by God, that there they may nourish her 1,260 days. When the dragon saw that he was thrown down to the earth, he persecuted the woman who gave birth to the male child. 2 wings of the great eagle were given to the woman, that she might fly into the wilderness to her place, that she might be nourished for a time, times, and half a time, away from the face of the serpent. So, basically, here's what happens. After the destruction of Gog and the events that go along with it, the celestial events that really are going to be a judgment also upon wicked people around the whole world, there's going to be a period in which the war is going on in heaven. And on the earth, this is an opportunity. This is an opportunity for redeemed Israel. Because this is where redeemed Israel, in this sense, has been glorified before the world. And at this point in time, this is where so many will come streaming into the kingdom. So many from all over the world are going to come streaming into the kingdom, whether they're Israelites or whether they're of any of the nations, tribes, or peoples of the world. And many people are going to be saved during this first few months of the Great Tribulation. It's going to be an amazing time, and we're basically going to have a free hand to do what needs to be done during this time, and basically to establish our work in the earth in a mighty way. And during this time, the good news of the kingdom will be preached in all the inhabited earth. That's what will happen. And we won't have to go out door to door, because people will be coming to us. Yahweh will bring people streaming to us to hear the good news of the established kingdom. And to make a choice whether they want to continue on with this wicked world or whether they want to throw in their lot with the kingdom of Yeshua Messiah and his people, Israel. However, once Satan and his hordes thrown down to the earth, our environment is going to change. Because it says here they persecuted the woman. They're looking to cause trouble. They're looking to really destroy this newly born man-child. So what happens? The woman has a place that's already prepared, that Yahweh has prepared. And goes there for 3.5 years. Now it mentions the 3.5 years because it's the 3.5 years of the reign of Antichrist. But it doesn't mean that she's only there for 3.5 years, because there's this period of fleeing into the wilderness, and we don't know how long a period that's going to be. But the point is, there is a place to go, and she's going to go there. So you know how I mentioned there was going to be a separation of Israel? This is how it happens. These demonic fallen angels, when they come along, they're going to hook up with the apostate Israelites. And the true Spirit-filled Israelites are going to want no part of that. So Yahweh is going to have a separate place for us. It's going to be a place of safety, a place of nourishment. Yahweh is going to keep us safe there through the tribulation. Nothing to be afraid of. We're going to be nourished there. And you know, it's specifically talking about the woman. And I think it's talking about the woman because the woman is Israel. So it speaks more really of those unbelieving Jews that now become believing. And they're going to be filled with the Spirit. They're going to be followers of Messiah. But are they going to know everything you know? So that's what's going to happen when we all go together to this place of safety that Yahweh has for us. There's a lot of catching up to do. And we're going to be sharing that with all of our brothers and sisters that need to come up to speed on all of Yahweh's truth, to be nourished and to be built up in their knowledge and in their faith. So that's going to be our happy duty during the tribulation period. And, of course, we're going to be interested in great multitudes of people throughout the earth that are turning to Messiah. The scriptures don't tell us exactly how it is that we're going to help them, but we know we will. And it actually is going to be quite an amazing time for restored Israel. And in the end of it, when that time is up, Messiah is going to return. He's going to return at a point where the enemies are making every possible effort to attack us and destroy us. And rather than let that happen, he's going to destroy them. And we're going to join him. We're going to meet him in the air, as the scriptures say. And we're going to join him in this final battle and as part of this great victory. And then he is going to set up his kingdom in Jerusalem. And we'll be part of it. And wickedness will be over and destroyed. The righteous rule of Yeshua Messiah will be from one corner of the earth to the other. And all the effects of sin and death and misery will all be wiped away. And Israel will be his instrument by which he brings us to that blessed point. Friends, why don't we pray? Our Father in heaven, we want to come to you, and we just are so excited as we look into your word. And we know, Father, this all comes from you. And it's not just words on a page. This comes from your heart. Because, Father, you had some friends there in the land. Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And they walked with you. And you made promises to them. And covenants with them. Covenants that concern all of us, their children. And Father, you never forget that. And Israel is dear to you. And even, Father, where we have deviated away from you and had a wound that was so bad, it was incurable, and you had to scatter us throughout all of the nations where we have had to endure the harshness of exile. Through all of that, Father, you only sought to turn our hearts back to you. You only sought to bring us back. And you promised this time that we're living in, a time when our hearts would be turned back to you and we would repent. And Father, you would do the things that were needed to bring us back to our land. Father, all these things that we're looking at that are going to happen, they require us to be in our land. And we just look to you, Father, to gather your remnant, to teach us the truth, to cause us to repent and to walk in your ways. to build us up, Father, as your remnant nation in the world and prepare us. And Father, in your right time, to bring us home to the land. May each of us, Father, walk step by step with you towards all of these precious remnant expectations. Father, we give you all the glory, the honor, and the praise for your greatness. And Father, may Yeshua Messiah come quickly. In his name, amen.
Prophetic Fulfillments Just Ahead is a seminar by Eliyahu Ben David on Bible prophecy concerning the scattered remnant of Israel. Featuring 7 hours of Bible prophecy, plus bonus content. Understand prophecy about the last days. Discover lost truth about the remnant. Order your copy today at truthpoint.info.
As you can see here with our title, this is about the tribulation trigger. And on my graphic, doesn't it just make you not want to push that button? Well, I think it helps us if we know what does push that button. Then we'll understand what's going to be happening. We'll be ready for what's about to happen. And these things are included in Scripture to make us ready here in these last days. It's very interesting that the book of Ezekiel speaks of Gog. And it says, you shall come like a storm, you shall be like a cloud. And in Daniel, it says that the king of the north will come like a whirlwind, which to me is about the same thing as a swift cloud. And in Isaiah here, where it mentions a swift cloud, the word cloud actually means darkness. And it's reminiscent to me of Joel chapter 2, where it talks about Gog as a locust horde. And when a locust horde comes, it's like a cloud that fills the sky. It connects these celestial events with the great day of his wrath. So, the great day of his judgment has been ongoing, but now the great day of his wrath begins, where he's actually pouring out vengeance upon the wicked. And this outpouring of his wrath begins with the destruction of Gog and Gog's hordes. Here is the message of HaKadosh, the true one, the one who has the key of David, who, if he opens something, no one can shut it. And if he closes something, no one else can open it. I know what you are doing. Look, I have put in front of you an open door, and no one can shut it. I know that you have but little power, yet you have obeyed my message and have not disowned me. Here, I will give you some from the synagogue of the adversary, those who call themselves Jews but aren't. On the contrary, they are lying. See, I will cause them to come and prostrate themselves at your feet, and they will know that I have loved you. Because you did obey my message about persevering, I will keep you from the time of trial coming upon the whole world to put the people living on earth to the test. I'm coming soon. Hold on to what you have, so that no one will take away your crown. Greetings to all of the saints tonight. I want to explain some very important things to everyone who believes in the God of the Bible and upholds His laws and His Word. I want to explain to you that I am a Messianic Jew, so I use the Hebrew names of God. I call Him Yahweh, and I call His Son, my Messiah, Yeshua. If those names are unfamiliar to you, please don't be offended by them. Realize that I worship the one and only God of the Bible, and I am saved through Yeshua Messiah, the Son of God, that you read about in the New Testament. I'm telling you this because I want you to know that we are on common ground. And the things that I'm talking about tonight are equally important to everyone who is from really any stream of what is often called the Judeo-Christian tradition. All of us, I think, have been quite stunned recently by what has happened in the United States of America. We have seen the Supreme Court of the United States find that same-sex marriage is constitutional. This raises many important questions for us, and I believe many of us are very uncertain about what is ahead and what we need to do now. I have important information that pertains to that. What I hope to show you tonight is that something very similar, something very akin to the scheme of Balaam, which you will find in your Bible in the book of Bamidbar, Numbers chapter 26, is actually being launched against us right now. And this is an act of war against all of us who would uphold the law of God over the law of men. Now, let's look into the facts of the things that have happened. We'll begin with a video.
an historic ruling by the nation's highest court. President Obama described it as justice arriving like a thunderbolt. The 5-4 decision making same-sex marriage legal everywhere, and supporters were dancing in the streets as one dissenting Supreme Court justice warned of a court that is now a threat to American democracy. In a sweeping 5-4 opinion authored by Justice Anthony Kennedy, the Supreme Court declared same-sex marriage the law of the land, finding a fundamental constitutional right for same-sex couples to marry in all 50 states.
It's my hope that the term gay marriage will soon be a thing of the past, that from this day forward, it will simply be marriage.
Justice Kennedy wrote, quote, "Under the Constitution, same-sex couples seek in marriage the same legal treatment as opposite-sex couples, and it would disparage their choices and diminish their personhood to deny them this right."
This ruling will strengthen all of our communities by offering to all loving same-sex couples the dignity of marriage across this great land.
All 4 dissenting justices authored their own opinions, including Chief Justice John Roberts. Quote, "The majority's decision is an act of will, not legal judgment. The right it announces has no basis in the Constitution or this court's precedent," adding, "Just who do we think we are?" As a senator, Democrat Hillary Clinton defended the traditional definition of marriage, but today the 26th contender lauded the landmark victory and praised the LGBT community for changing hearts on the issue. The 2016 GOP field roundly denounced the ruling and voiced concerns about protections for those with religious objections to same-sex marriage, despite Justice Kennedy's emphasis on First Amendment protections for, quote, "religious organizations and persons." In his dissent, Justice Samuel Alito suggested today's ruling leaves traditional marriage supporters in a tenuous position. Quote, "I assume that those who cling to old beliefs will be able to whisper their thoughts in the recesses of their homes. But if they repeat those views in public, they will risk being labeled as bigots and treated as such by governments, employers, and schools."
It's these comments by Justice Alito that I think many of us find so concerning. I've not met any Bible-believing people that hate gay people. And I haven't seen any kind of crimes on the part of Bible-believing people against gay people. And yet, Justice Alito warns that this new law providing gay marriage across the United States is going to result in something called the old beliefs. You know, for a long time, we thought that the Judeo-Christian religion was the prevailing mindset in America. However, now, those beliefs in the Bible are termed the old beliefs. They're passé now. Something new has come along. And Justice Alito also said that the people who hold to those old beliefs will be labeled as bigots, and that because of that, they will be treated as bigots by the government, employers, schools, and I might add, by the public at large. How could such a big change come about in America? How is it possible that we would have rights of religion, freedom of speech, guaranteed to us under the Constitution for well over 200 years, and yet now, when we exercise exactly those same rights, we are in danger of horrible discrimination. And just how far is all of this going to go? I have some information that I think will help us to sort through what's really going on and get down to the bottom of it, to see it clearly and to know what is happening. Now, I'm not a person that believes in sound bites. I'm a person that believes that you need to hear the whole picture. So please stick with me all the way through so that you'll really understand this. Justice John Roberts, in a dissenting opinion, said that this new decision was actually not constitutional, that it has no basis in the Constitution or even in the precedents of the Supreme Court. Now, that is an amazing statement from the Chief Justice of the U.S. Supreme Court. Surely he would know what is constitutional and what isn't. Now, as you look through YouTube and other sources, what you will find is that all of the 4 judges that gave very dire warnings about this are being vilified. And you'll find this everywhere. And they are being minimized. But let me tell you that I'm not a young person, and I've been following what is going on in this country for some time. And I have never seen a Supreme Court decision where nearly half of the court gave such ringing, sounding warnings about this decision. And we would do well to look at what Chief Justice Roberts is saying here and to examine whether or not this is true. Is this new ruling truly based in the Constitution or not? Now, clearly, I'm not a constitutional lawyer, and really, I'm talking about spiritual matters, not the constitutional matters. However, there are certain basic things about the Constitution that bear upon those spiritual matters I want to talk about. So I want to share that information with you. Here is a portion of the transcript of the Declaration of Independence. The Declaration of Independence laid out for Britain the basis on which the colonies were seceding from Britain and becoming a nation of their own. Reasonably, when they formed their government and wrote the Constitution, signed the Constitution, they did it upon this basis that they established in their Declaration of Independence. It's interesting to me as I look at this that the way things worked out, I was uncovering this information on that very day, July 4th. Today, as I speak to you, it's July 5th. In the Constitution, it tells us that the rights that we have proceed from the law of nature and of nature's God. That's what the Declaration of Independence says. That is the basis on which we could secede from Britain and become a nation of our own. And then the Declaration says these timeless words: we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. This declaration made it very clear that the ground upon which this country was to be founded and the laws of this country were to be founded were upon God-given rights. And these, it says, proceed from the laws of nature and of nature's God. Where do we find the laws of nature's God? Do we not find those in the Scriptures as well as written into the natural order? It tells us here that all men are created equal. The reason that we are equal is because God made us that way. This originates from the book of Genesis, where it says that we are all created in the image of God. This is the biblical basis for the fact that we are equal as to the rights that are given to us by the law of God. These rights, therefore, are unalienable rights. And that word unalienable means unable to be taken away from or even given away by the possessor. This is what we would expect of such rights, because the law of God declares that He does not change. And so, therefore, the rights that He extends to us do not change. Here we have another kind of right. Now, you might have been under the misconception that human rights are the same as constitutional rights, or, in other words, God-given rights. If you thought that, you really were mistaken. Wikipedia describes here what human rights actually are. Human rights are moral principles or norms that describe certain standards of behavior and are regularly protected as legal rights in municipal and international law. And it says they are commonly understood as inalienable fundamental rights. That's a common understanding about these rights, a consensus, if you will. Well, it mentions that these rights derive from morals and norms. Here is morality and norms so that we can see what these things are. Morality is the differentiation of intentions, decisions, and actions between those that are good or right and those that are bad or wrong. Well, I would ask, in whose opinion? Because there's lots of different opinions as to what is right and wrong. It goes on, morality can be a body of standards or principles derived from a code of conduct, from a particular philosophy, religion, or culture, or it can derive from a standard that a person believes should be universal. It seems kind of like sandy ground to me. If that's true, then norms are even more so. Norms are described as mental representations of appropriate behavior. One way of expressing that is mind control, mass hypnosis. In other words, if the people can be convinced that something is right, if they can be convinced what is good, what is bad, then that becomes the norm. Then that can become the basis for human rights. Here we see something about the history of human rights. Where do they come from? What we see from the Wikipedia article on this is that human rights, they say, come from humanism. And humanism is defined as a philosophical and ethical stance that emphasizes the value and agency of human beings. Human rights, human beings, makes sense, right? It goes on to say, a non-theistic life stance centered on human agency. What is non-theistic? That means without God, doesn't it? Leaving God out. Centered on human agency. If you leave God out and you replace God with man, what have you just done? Think about it. It includes looking to science rather than to God. According to the Humanist Manifestos, both 1 and 2, humanism is a philosophical, religious, and moral point of view. Yes, humanism is not only a philosophy, it is not only a moral point of view, but it is in fact the religion of man. This is according to the humanists themselves. Why is this relevant? This is relevant because some time ago, in fact, in 1948, member governments of the United Nations entered into something that is called the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. It says here, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights is a declaration adopted by the United Nations General Assembly on 10 December 1948, the first global expression of rights to which all human beings are inherently entitled. So this was held to be a global declaration of human rights for all mankind. We're also told in 1976, after the covenants had been ratified by a sufficient number of individual nations, the bill took on the force of international law. So this is not just a philosophical discussion we're having here. Human rights, under this Universal Declaration of Human Rights, are international law and are therefore binding upon signatories, nations. It's interesting that the American Humanist Association talks about this. And they say, inspired by our very own Humanist Manifesto, religious belief is mentioned only in reference to freedom of conscience and expression. Nowhere in the document is there mention of a supernatural source for the wisdom it contains. Well, here we have two kinds of rights. Under our Constitution, we have rights that are said to derive from the eternal laws of nature and nature's God. These are God-given rights. And according to this view, the object of government is to secure the unalienable rights that have been, in fact, given to us by God. Such rights are not subject to vote. They are not subject to human consensus. They are not subject to human change because they come from a source that is above mankind. They come from the Creator. So the best that governments can do is to secure those God-given rights. To take that stance, I would suggest, is submitting to the lordship of the Creator. Well, compare that now to human rights, as we find in the UN. These rights are derived from a consensus among nations that has been embodied in international law. The object of government in the case of these rights is to uphold a consensus of international opinion of rights embodied in the international law. These may be called inalienable, but in fact they cannot be inalienable. Because as we've seen, they derive from changing morals and norms. So therefore, they're not based on something eternal and solid like God-given rights. These human rights laws were set forth to replace God's law with man's law. Why has this not been a problem before now? Because human rights that have been defended have overlapped with God-given rights. And this has been true for a very long time. So nobody really saw that there was a difference between these two kinds of rights. Well, this brings us to a much closer date. This is in 2011. Hillary Clinton, as Secretary of State, delivered a historic LGBT speech in Geneva. Some of the things that she said here is, this weekend, we will celebrate Human Rights Day, the anniversary of one of the great accomplishments of the last century. What she's talking about is the adoption of human rights in the UN. She also says in the 63 years since the Declaration was adopted, many nations have made great progress in making human rights a human reality. To the extent that those rights agree with God-given rights, I'm sure we would all be very happy with that. We want to see people be free. We want to see people have their God-given rights and exercise their God-given rights, whether that's us or other people. We want all people to have their God-given rights. So we're very happy that these rights have been extended to many more people. However, that doesn't mean the difference between God-given rights and human rights has gone away. It doesn't mean that God-given rights and human rights are always the same. Here, we have more from Hillary's speech. She says, I want to talk about the work we've left to do to protect one group of people whose human rights are still denied. They are arrested, beaten, terrorized, even executed. Many are treated with contempt and violence by their fellow citizens. Denied opportunities to work and learn, driven from their homes and countries, and forced to suppress or deny who they are. She says, I'm talking about gay, lesbian, bisexual, and transgender people, human beings born free and bestowed equality and dignity, who have a right to claim that, which is now one of the remaining human rights challenges of our time. Many LGBT Americans have endured violence and harassment in their own lives. And for some, including many young people, bullying and exclusion are daily experiences. So we, like all nations, have more work to do to protect human rights at home. Now, since all people under the Constitution are entitled to God-given rights, none of us who are of the biblical tradition, if you will, would want to deny citizens of the country of their God-given rights. However, issues do arise, don't they, when we compare human rights to God-given rights? Because I'm sure we all know and can produce from the Scriptures that the Scriptures give no right to people to conduct themselves in this way. Now, simply making that statement, which can be backed up by many Scriptures, does not mean that I hate gay people. It simply means that I know what the Scriptures say. Well, Hillary Clinton understood that this would be a problem for people who are Bible believers. She says, now raising this issue, I know is sensitive for many people, and that the obstacles standing in the way of protecting the human rights of LGBT people rest on deeply held personal, political, cultural, and religious beliefs. That's acknowledging something, that people do have these beliefs, including Bible-based beliefs. But then she says, some have suggested that gay rights and human rights are separate and distinct, but in fact, they are one and the same. So here she is laying out the position that gay rights and human rights are one and the same. And finally, she says, being LGBT does not make you less human. And that is why gay rights are human rights and human rights are gay rights. Well, certainly, anyone that's human is human. We agree with that. And I suppose the countries of the world who decide what their consensus is as to right and wrong can say that these are human rights, since these rights derive from humanity and not from the Creator. So this brings us to the question, what happens then to the God-given rights that we have under the Constitution, since now we have certain rights that could bring those God-given rights into question? Well, at this speech, Hillary Clinton, as Secretary of State, got into that very question. She said, "The third and perhaps most challenging issue arises when people cite religious or cultural values as a reason to violate or not to protect the human rights of LGBT citizens. No practice or tradition trumps the human rights that belong to all of us. This holds true for inflicting violence on LGBT people. No problem there. I'm sure we're all against that. Criminalizing their status or behavior. Well, people choose for themselves what they're going to do. Certainly, I'm not going to stop that. Expelling them from their families and communities. That's not up to me. Or tacitly or explicitly accepting their killing. And of course, that is completely unacceptable to anybody who is a Bible-believing person. Well, she goes on to say, rarely are cultural and religious traditions and teachings actually in conflict with the protection of human rights. Indeed, our religion and our culture are sources of compassion and inspiration toward our fellow beings. It is because the human experience is universal, the human rights are universal and cut across all religions and cultures. Well, this is a problem because what this means is whatever the United Nations and the signatory countries consider to be human rights now are placed on a higher level than God-given rights. So as we look at this, here's what we glean. The most challenging issues here involve religious values. And these are not seen as a right to violate or not protect the human rights of LGBT citizens. So it's not enough that I do not violate the rights of LGBT citizens. Certainly, I am not going to knowingly do any harm to them. I'm not going to hit them. I'm not going to try to kill them. I'm not going to torture them. I'm not going to do any of the other things, violent behavior that it talks about. But is it really my job to protect their human rights? I think there's a problem with that. Because I believe that those of us who believe in God-given rights will not necessarily agree that everything the United Nations sees as the human rights of any group of people agrees with God-given rights. So what do we do where there's a difference? Hillary says we need to stuff it and do what they tell us. Basically, that is what it says. So what does that tell us? Well, we hold the old ideas. That's what it tells us. And those ideas have been replaced. The humanist religion now reigns supreme. Here's some other things that Hillary said, the Secretary of State, in this speech at Geneva. She mentioned, as I read, that rarely are cultural and religious traditions and teachings actually in conflict with the protection of human rights. Indeed, our religion and our culture are sources of compassion and inspiration toward our fellow human beings. What does she mean by our religion? She says our religion is a source of inspiration toward our fellow human beings. Since God-given rights have been rejected in favor of human rights, I would have to take that to mean our religion is the humanist religion. So there's an implied threat here. Basically, what is being said to us is we are enlisting the aid of religion to advance our agenda. All religion is therefore our religion so long as it will bow to our humanist religion as supreme. I think this is pretty much earth-shaking. Well, later, or during that very year, over 80 nations gathered for the Human Rights Council. This is 2011. I don't know what we were looking at on the news during that period. I don't remember what actor we were watching, what kind of nonsense we were looking at. I don't think many of us knew anything about this. But this happened. Over 80 nations support this statement at the Human Rights Council on LGBT rights. Well, U.S. representatives were sent to the Human Rights Council, and they participated in a joint statement on these human rights at the end of that council. This statement was signed by 85 countries, and I quote, "Ending acts of violence and related human rights violations based on sexual orientation and gender identity." Well, I have no problem with ending acts of violence. My Messiah is the Prince of Peace. However, related human rights violations really are a matter of opinion, aren't they? What does that mean? Could, for instance, changing the definition of marriage that has existed for 6,000 years, could that actually be necessary? Put another way, are we to believe that for 6,000 years, as marriage has meant a special relationship between one man, one woman, and God, somehow now has become a violation of the human rights of a class of people that before now nobody even thought to include in this group? That looks to me like a changing morality, a changing norm, where something in the past was not considered wrong, but now it is, at least according to the humanists. Well, it goes on here, it says the U.S. government is firmly committed to supporting the right of lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender individuals to lead productive and dignified lives free from fear and violence. So, as we saw with the statement by the Secretary of State of the Obama administration, as we see here, the United States has fully signed on to this view of human rights. Now, this is a problem to me because I'm supposed to be guaranteed God-given rights. The founding fathers told me that the responsibility of the government is to secure my God-given rights. So why is it that the government of the United States has now decided that instead of upholding my God-given rights, they're going to sign on board with these changing human rights? Well, ever since this happened, we've been seeing unusual things in the news. For instance, things like this. Changes that have been playing on the sympathies of the public, really without end. Constantly putting this before the eyes of the public. Now really, if Bruce Jenner wants to get a sex change operation, it really is no business of mine. I don't need to hear all this information or see all this information. I certainly don't have anything to do with what Bruce Jenner is doing. And yet, the news has wanted to continually stuff that down my throat. Look at this.
It's the 10th of December 1948, and the UN General Assembly adopts the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. It states that all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights. Yet fast forward to 2011, and the UN Human Rights Council expresses grave concern at acts of violence and discrimination based on sexual orientation and gender identity. All over the world, lesbian, gay, bisexual and transgender, or LGBT people, are still being subjected to discrimination and acts of brutal violence, torture, kidnapping, even murder. In 76 countries, same-sex relationships are criminalized in violation of basic rights. These abuses must end. The tide is turning. Since 1990, almost 40 countries have legalized same-sex relationships. Many more have lawfully banned discrimination against LGBT people. More and more countries now recognize the urgency and are pressing for action at the UN. In the past 4 years, this has led to the first adopted UN resolution on the issue, the first official UN report, and the first formal intergovernmental debate at the UN Human Rights Council. On the 26th of July 2013, the UN launched Free and Equal, a global campaign designed to raise awareness of homophobic and transphobic violence and discrimination, and to help stop millions of LGBT people being abused for being who they are. We must protect the basic human rights of LGBT people. But it doesn't just require changes in laws and policies. It takes changes in people's hearts and minds. Like the struggle against racism, like the struggle for gender equality, the struggle for LGBT equality will only be won if we join together, if we speak out, if we stand in the defense of the rights of others. The time to do this is now. Together we can stop violence and discrimination against LGBT people. Together we can build a world that is free and equal.
I think that video is probably kind of a revelation to a lot of people. There are some interesting things that it talks about. Notice that it links this free and equal campaign with the human rights that I've been talking about. However, out of all of that, there are a couple of things that especially caught my interest. I wonder if most people even saw them as they quickly passed before their eye. What is this? This is from that video. Did you see it? Do you wonder what that is? Why do we have these basic human rights of LGBT people represented in a pyramid, with the top of the pyramid separated from the bottom of the pyramid? Why do we have this other pyramid with 7 stars? Do you think those 7 stars could each represent 10 stars? Maybe that means 70 stars. And how come the crown, which represents a nation, why is that underneath the pyramid? And what are those lines, if not the laws of the nation, under servitude to the pyramid? Does that just sound like conspiracy theory? How about this? Here's the back of your dollar bill. Annuit corpus novus ordo seclorum. Announcing conception of a new secular order. Do you see anything in common between these two seals? Do you suppose that these two seals could really be issued from the same people? Do you suppose that these symbols could therefore both be the symbols of a new secular order? So that would be a new humanist order, wouldn't it? A world order. Free and equal. Just imagine that. I'm sure to most all of us, this sounds wonderful. We want every person to be free and equal. But in what sense? And why is this coming up now? How come the founders of the United States, when they wrote the Constitution, found nothing in God's law to secure rights of LGBT people separately in the Constitution? Do you suppose they thought the rights in the Constitution were the rights for all people? And how come the Constitution doesn't even mention marriage? Could it be that they didn't think that was really their business? The business of the government? But it is now. Well, here's something that should really scare you. Here is the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights. This is what she says. Every nation is obligated by international human rights law to protect all lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender LGBT people from torture, discrimination, and violence. Obligated by law. Does this mean that the United States of America, in contravention of the Constitution of this country and in violation of the oath taken by the leaders of this country, has actually made the United Nations the ruler of America? How could they subordinate God-given rights under the Constitution to human rights under the pyramid, under the UN? This is just as bad as it looks, friends. As a matter of fact, around the world, the United States and Britain have been leaders promoting the human rights espoused by the United Nations. We have here a picture of the U.S. Embassy in Vienna flying the LGBT rainbow flag. And they're celebrating the International Day Against Homophobia and Transphobia. Then we have a picture of Secretary of State Clinton and an address that she made in Washington, D.C. And it says, the Obama administration has made promotion of LGBT issues a foreign policy priority. Did you know that? Have you seen that in the news? That the administration of the President of the United States has made LGBT rights a priority in our foreign policy? Rather interesting, isn't it? We have here also a picture of the Chancery of the British Embassy in Paris, also flying the LGBT rainbow flag for Pride Day, June 29th, 2013. So you see, this has been promoted for a while. And it is a global thing that's happening. And more nations are signing on board. Something from the website of the UN Dispatch. This is essentially an online UN newspaper about UN things. And it tells us the Obama administration is, quote, working behind the scenes at the UN, promoting, quote, LGBT rights, unquote. Really, I think we would have to take from this information that the administration has been a prime mover in bringing all this about. And it kind of gives new meaning, doesn't it, to those pyramids, one in the dollar bill and the other at the United Nations. Very much related to one another and working together towards a common goal. But then we've got this. The Supreme Court of the United States. Now, the duty of the Supreme Court of the United States is to judge all things according to the Constitution, which are, of course, as we've seen, meant to uphold God-given rights. However, on June 26th of 3 different years, the U.S. Supreme Court has made 3 landmark rulings in favor of what we would call LGBT rights In 2003, they ruled that gender-based sodomy laws are unconstitutional. So, something that was a crime in many states in America was simply wiped off the books. The law was simply overturned by the Supreme Court without any kind of process, Democratic, Republic, or otherwise. No voting except among the members of the Supreme Court. In 2013, the Supreme Court ruled that Section 3 of the Defense of Marriage Act is unconstitutional. Yes, our legislative body had actually passed a law called the Defense of Marriage Act, which stated that marriage should be defined as the union of a man and a woman. And the Supreme Court ruled that's unconstitutional. Where would they find that in the Constitution? Since the Constitution doesn't even mention marriage, but gives the decision on such things to the states. Nowhere are these things given to the federal government. Then we have June 26, 2015. And that's why we're all talking about this right now, right? The Supreme Court ruled that same-sex marriage is constitutional. Well, not all the justices agreed. In fact, the ones that didn't agree were whistleblowers. And they warned the country of the great dangers involved in these rulings. But we do notice a very strange thing here, that all of these rulings occurred on June 26th. Is that some kind of a strange foible? Perhaps just a coincidence. Maybe it has to do with this. The United Nations Charter was signed in San Francisco 70 years. 70 years earlier, on June 26, 1945. This is when the United Nations Charter put the United Nations into action. There were a number of countries that signed on at that time, including the United States. Wikipedia says, as a charter, it is a constituent treaty. All members are bound by its articles. Furthermore, Article 103 of the Charter states that obligations to the United Nations prevail over all other treaty obligations. Do you know what that means? It means 70 years ago, the United States agreed to give the United Nations sovereignty over our country. And on the 70th anniversary of that decision, the United Nations made this historic case. And all of these cases were on this same date of June 26th. You'll have to decide for yourself what that means, but I don't have any trouble figuring it out. Then we have this. Doesn't look like the Stars and Stripes. The White House was lit to demonstrate our unwavering commitment to progress and equality. Progress as in progress towards a one-world government, perhaps. Equality as an entirely different kind of equality than the equality that's guaranteed by God-given rights. Here in America and around the world, it is a project, in fact, to bring this around the world. How can you have a globalist government otherwise? And a White House official said this: the pride colors reflect the diversity of the LGBT community, and tonight these colors celebrate a new chapter in the history of American civil rights. Certainly is a new chapter. I certainly have to agree with that. To me, I'll tell you, when I look at that, that is an apocalyptic image. So what has happened? It's like the shell game. God-given rights are now out. UN rights are now in. And it's a whole new world. Now, I'll tell you this. This applies to God-given rights across the board. You may think that you have rights guaranteed by the Constitution, and indeed you do have unalienable rights that issue from the Creator. But they're not guaranteed by the Constitution if those who are sworn to uphold the Constitution have decided to go over to another power. In that case, those rights you think you have are now not going to be protected by the government. And it will be you and I who will have our God-given rights violated. It will be you and I who will, in fact, be discriminated against. That's what will happen. Well, things are happening fast, friends. There is a global campaign now to basically tell people of every religious tradition, hey, you've got to get on board with this. Ditch the old religious convictions and get on board. Archbishop Tutu said he would not worship a homophobic God. Interesting that the Archbishop considers himself qualified to judge God. Personally, I don't. He is talking about a religion that's actually defined by human values, a humanist religion, if you will. He's not the first one to think of that. Back on June 26th of 2000, the number comes up again, the United Religions Initiative was founded. And this essentially was founded to bring all religions on board with the United Nations human rights. And they've been working to do that. And I think you would be surprised if you look at their website and you read some of the different religious organizations who are involving themselves with this. Now, they're directly connected with the United Nations. This all came out of a meeting with the United Nations. In fact, they state that on their website back in 1993. They call themselves United Religions. Say United Nations, United Religions, right? If we have United Nations, we have to have United Religions. And it's interesting, although they're willing to use the so-called separation of church and state, as it is now suiting them, the United Nations says no such thing. In fact, I think Hillary said something quite to the opposite, that they intend to use religion in the service of their goals. So here we are, back to Justice Alito. And I think as we look at his comments again, they take on a lot greater meaning to anybody that's paying attention. Old beliefs, bigots, treated as such. What does that mean? It means that just as Balaam and Balak and the leaders of Midian conspired together for a way to overturn the people of God, so the enemies of God have conspired. And they have cooked up a plot that is meant to push all the people from the Judeo-Christian tradition aside, to silence them, to minimize them from having any impact on their New World Order plan. And, in fact, to persecute the saints. The saints being the holy ones of God, those who have separated themselves from the evils of this world to the service of the one and only Creator of this world. They have declared war on the saints. What does that mean? It means this. The fifth seal of Revelation chapter 6 has been opened. The night of June 26th, like a lot of believing people, I felt the weight of the change that was going on. It was like some kind of an evil dark cloud was coming over the horizon, touching everything. I wondered what it meant. I was awake late into the night, not just that night, but several nights, seeking after a word from our Creator, asking the question, what is this all about? His answer came to me very clearly. And this is it. The fifth seal has been opened. Now, this is very serious because it talks about the saints from times past who gave their lives as obedient servants of our Messiah. And they are looking on and they are seeing what is happening. And they cry with a loud voice saying, "How long, O Lord?" Now, friend, if you happen to think the pre-trib rapture is going to come and rapture you away before you will see any of this, well, it's already started and the rapture hasn't happened. How long, O Lord? Isn't that what people say when it seems like something is going on too long? That's the fifth seal. A lot of people right now are looking for this. They're looking for the pre-trib rapture to solve their problem. But friend, it's not going to. You're going to have to decide whether you really are a believer or not. They were told that they should rest until their fellow servants and their brothers, who would also be killed even as they were, should complete their course. Does that sound extreme? Do you think that can't happen in so-called enlightened countries? So-called developed countries? If that's what you think, the Scriptures disagree with you. Because the Scriptures tell us that this will happen in the whole world. And what is the trigger that starts the process by which such persecution will finally occur? Is it not setting aside God-given rights and the rule of our Creator and instead endorsing the rule of man? Making, in effect, man to be God. This is no joke. And let me tell you, there will be efforts to overturn this. There will be a fight over this. But it has been given to these people to go all the way with their plans. And you need to know that now. Anything that resorts to a force of arms will fail against these people. And this is not our way as spiritual people anyway. Victory in this case means staying faithful. That's what it means. Regardless of what the enemy does. That's what victory is. It's not changing this world. You know, it never was. I know some of you who are listening to me, you believed that it was your job to change the world, to change the culture. Messiah never said that. He said to be no part of the world. And this is where we're at. And if you are going to get through this, that's who you need to be. Holy, set apart, no part of the evil that this world is doing. Everything is on the line now. Your eternal future is involved. See what this is about. And I would ask you, if you understand what I'm talking about, that you get this word out. Send this video or this link to everybody you know and tell them they need to read it or they need to watch it, whatever the case may be, however they get it, whatever form they get it in. Get this out to the holy ones that they might know what they are truly dealing with. There's no reason to be afraid. That's the last thing I want to tell you about this. I want to encourage you. There is no reason to be afraid. I want to share something with you. The next day, after that historic ruling, this article came out. The Star of Bethlehem, the same star that was seen 2,000 years ago announcing the Messiah. After 2,000 years, on June 30th, 2015, was visible in the sky over America. This is a reminder that though mankind may try to lift themselves up above God, they cannot control the stars. Divine law is superior. And though the scriptures say these things must happen, and it has been given to these people to pursue their goals, this is only so the question can be settled for all time as to whether or not man can rule himself or whether he needs to submit to God. So when we look at Messiah's star, among other things, I think it happened just then. It was planned just then to encourage us as we enter upon this course, this new reality, this new situation under the opening of the fifth seal, to know that the promise he has made is true, that he is with us always, even unto the end of the age. Thank you for listening, and please share this message.
Isn't the world around us going insane? Do you want to return to sanity and establish order in your life? Return to the sturdy foundation that Yahweh established in the beginning. Torah is the foundation. It is Yah's standard of righteousness that he established in the beginning. In the Torah, the first 5 books of Moses, we are introduced to our Creator. We learn who he is and what his name is and what it means. His moral standard, his ways as a person, how he interacts with his people, and what he wants from us. Join Eliyahu ben David in this rich verse-by-verse study of the Torah and bring sanity back to your life. If you would like to listen to these vital programs, you can hear them for free on our radio station at tsiyon.org or download the Zion Road radio app and listen on your mobile device. You can also find our station on the TuneIn radio app for iOS and Android devices. Or become a Torah Club member at zion.net, that is tsiyon.net, for only $12 a month, and gain full access to the Eliyahu ben David Bet Midrash program archives in MP3 format. Join us this Sabbath for the Eliyahu ben David Bet Midrash and bring order back to your life.
When you call upon the name of Yahweh, you'll be saved. Call upon his holy name in the last days. Upon the name of Yahweh, you'll be saved. Father will hear your cry and answer you from on high. When you call upon
Let's talk about the Saturday Sabbath story. Is the Saturday Sabbath story just like Santa and the Easter Bunny? A lot of kids grew up believing in Santa and the Easter Bunny. Only to find out later Santa and the Easter Bunny are only myths. Later, many of those same kids perpetuated these myths on their kids, but some of us didn't. We learned the truth about Christmas and Easter. Both Christmas and Easter are pagan, introduced into the church by Emperor Constantine to unify the Roman Empire. So we stop polluting our worship of the true God by getting this pagan worship out of our lives. Back then, we were probably worshiping on Sunday until we found out Sunday was named the first day of the week and was made the day of rest in honor of Sol Invictus, the official sun god of the Roman Empire, by the sun worshiper Constantine the Great in 321 AD. We can all agree that the Sabbath is very important because it is the fourth commandment. The Sabbath is on day 7. That is undisputable from Scripture. While we can agree on all of that, then we come to the Saturday Sabbath story. This is where the Saturday Sabbath story begins. We are told that Saturday is the 7th day of creation week. In this chart, which is representative of what you see on this, we have day 1 through 7 of the creative days that we find in the book of Genesis. These are labeled with the days of the week, starting with Sunday as the first day and Saturday as the 7th day, the day of rest. This chart and this idea, the Sabbath story, is that Saturday is the 7th day of creation week. When we were told these things, we may have asked, the Scripture says the 7th day, but the day is never named in Scripture as Saturday. So how do we know Saturday is the 7th day of creation week? And we were told Saturday has always been the 7th day in an unbroken chain all the way back to creation. We asked, surely the calendar has changed in so long a time. Saturday and the other days could have been switched around. And we were told Saturday has always been the 7th day. There is no record in history of that ever changing. Then we may have said, no offense, but that is not really proof. Do we have any real proof that Saturday is the 7th day of creation week? And we were told the Jews have always observed Sabbath on Saturday. That should be all the proof you need. And we said, all right then, Saturday it is. And we were told, yes, now you know the right day, Saturday, to keep the Sabbath. That is the Saturday Sabbath story. Isn't that pretty much how the story goes? Isn't that pretty much how you heard it? What is wrong with the Saturday Sabbath story? Everything. All of the answers are wrong. First, our entire calendar system is Roman. The weekday names define the Roman week. They do not define the creation week of the Scriptures. Besides that, the days were changed. Have you ever wondered how the whole Western world got on the same calendar? Julius Caesar invented the Julian calendar in 45 BC, half a century before Messiah was ever born. Julius Caesar needed a system to get everyone in his empire, essentially the whole Western world, on the same schedule for taxing purposes. So he invented the Julian calendar with the help of certain experts, of course, including Cleopatra. So the Roman Julian calendar was established. But when it was established with an 8-day week. Here you see Roman Julian fasty calendars that have been found that show us that at that time, Rome had an 8-day week. So when we read in Scripture something like Mark 16:2, and very early in the morning, the first day of the week, they came into the sepulchre at the rising of the sun. This is understood by many to be Sunday. However, the Roman 8-day week was then in force. The 7-day Roman week was not invented for another 100 years, at least. The Roman weekdays, such as Friday, Saturday, or Sunday, are not actually in the Scriptures at all. That is simply read back into the Scriptures because we do have a 7-day week, and we just assume it's always been the same. Here is the Roman fasty calendar that was in use by the Romans from the 1st century BC to the 3rd century AD, and that was used throughout the empire to keep everyone on the same schedule, especially for taxation. Now let's look and see how this calendar was to be read. Across the top, we see the 12-month names defining each column. And these are January through December, the same month names, of course, that we follow today. Back then, there was no J, so in January, it had an I. Otherwise, these are essentially the same names. Now look at the bottom of each column. In Roman numerals, it shows us the number of days in that particular month in that particular column. Down along the left side of the calendar, we see Roman numerals amounting to 1 through 31. These are the days of the month, and they define the days in the rows across the calendar. So it's very easy to read this calendar, even though at first it looks a little strange. Now we look at the Roman 8-day week. We notice that there are columns for the weekdays for each month. And the weekdays are defined for us by the letters A through H. As you look at the calendar, you will see how these weekdays recur through the month and through all the months in a cycle, just like the Roman weeks do now, except that those Roman weeks were 8 days, not 7 days, and they were not known by the names that later came to define the 7-day week. The Roman fasti calendar mixed up the days of the week before the Roman Saturday was ever invented. Notice how this works. If we assign the weekdays of the 7-day week to the weeks of the fasti calendar, with Sunday as the first day of the week, defining letter A, the first day of the fasti calendar, then Saturday falls on letter G. However, in the next week, the second week, it will fall on letter F. And in the third week, it will fall on letter E, and so on, around and around and around through centuries of time. Is this the way to keep the fourth commandment? Is this an unbroken chain of Saturday being the seventh day all the way back to creation? Here, though, it gets even worse. It's astrology that determines the order of the weekdays, not the scriptures. Notice this quote on Saturday in Wikipedia. Between the 1st and 3rd centuries AD, the Roman Empire gradually replaced the 8-day Roman nundinal cycle with the 7-day week. The astrological order of the days was explained by Vettius Valens and Dio Cassius. According to these authors, it was a principle of astrology that the days are named for the planets, which were in turn named for the deities. Let that sink in. It is not the days of creation that define the order of the Roman week. It is astrology and the order of the Roman gods. Here's a stick calendar found in a Roman bath. And it shows Saturn's day as the first day of a 7-day week. I wonder, when Saturday was the first day of the week, was it still the Sabbath? Is Saturn's day the Sabbath day? Really? Would you expect the days assigned by false gods to harmonize with the creation days? Really? So how did Saturn's day go from the first day to the 7th day of the Roman 7-day week? Constantine again. As we know, Constantine was a big sun worshiper. When Constantine made Sunday the first day of the week, to honor the sun god, of course, Saturn got bumped to number 7. And Saturn's day became the 7th day of the Roman week. Oh, I know what you might be thinking. Couldn't the Roman week and creation week just be the same because it's more convenient? If you wouldn't celebrate Christmas because it is really a celebration of the pagan god Saturn, then why would you try to celebrate the Sabbath on Saturn's day? Maybe you just didn't know. Wait a minute, you might be thinking. Maybe there is still one last hope left for the Saturday Sabbath story. You might ask, okay, all that stuff about the days of the week never changing is bunk. But we've still got this, don't we? Remember this? The Jews have always observed Sabbath on Saturday. That should be all the proof you need. Actually, it is only Christian and Messianic Saturday Sabbatarians that say this. The Jews themselves make no such claim. Consider what the Jews themselves say about how they have changed the day of Sabbath observance. This is from the Jewish Encyclopedia, an authoritative source of information about everything Jewish. In their article on festivals, indications are not wanting that at first the new moon festival was not counted among the 7 days of the week. But after 7 times 4, 28 days had elapsed. 1 or 2 days were intercalated as new moon days, whereupon a new cycle of 4 weeks began, so that the Sabbath was a movable festival. Later, the week and the Sabbath became fixed. Do you understand what they're saying? They say the Sabbath began attached to the phases of the moon, not as a continual 7-day cycle. The Sabbath was at the end of each 7-day period in the month. At the end of the month, there were a couple of days of the new moon festival, and the new month started again, and then the days started counting again towards the Sabbath. And as they say, it was only later that the week and the Sabbath became fixed. Under the heading of week in the Jewish Encyclopedia, connection with lunar phases. Yes, it has a heading that says that. It says this: the week of 7 days was connected with the lunar month, of which it is approximately a fourth. The quadripartite division of the month was evidently in use among the Hebrews. This Jewish source is not telling us that they have been celebrating the Sabbath on Saturday all the way back to creation. They're telling us exactly the opposite, that at one time, the Sabbath was directly connected to the lunar month. Here's another quote from the Jewish Encyclopedia under changing the calendar. Declaring the new month by observation of the new moon. This is how the calendar in the scripture works. There's observation of the moon at the dark of the moon, waiting for the new moon to come out, the first sliver of the new moon. And this is how the calendar operated throughout biblical history. And the Sabbath was then set according to the days of the new month. The quote goes on here. It says, in the time of Hillel II, that is the 4th century AD, the Romans prohibited this practice. Hillel too was therefore forced to institute his fixed calendar. What this is telling us is because of Roman persecution, the Jews were forced to make a fixed calendar, to abandon the calendar of the scriptures, and of course, to accept the Roman 7-day week. And they have been keeping Sabbath on the 7th day of the Roman week ever since. It's not only the Jews themselves that give us this testimony. Early church fathers also say that the Sabbath was attached to the phases of the moon in New Testament times and in the early centuries. We have here Clement of Alexandria, and he was writing about the end of the 2nd century. Notice what he said. In periods of 7 days, the moon undergoes its changes. In the first week, she becomes half moon. In the second week, full moon. In the third week, in her wane, again half moon. And in the fourth week, she disappears. Notice how the week, now he's talking about biblical weeks of 7 days, are tied directly to the phases of the moon. And this is more than a century after Messiah. In another place, this same Clement of Alexandria, near the end of the 2nd century, tells us this about the Jews. If the moon be not visible, they do not hold the Sabbath, which is called the first. According to the biblical calendar, first of all, to identify the new month, you need to see the new moon. Then you can start counting the days of the month to set the Sabbath. Until that happens, you don't know what day that's going to be, because the dark of the moon can last up to 3 days. That's what was going on. More than a century after Messiah, that's how the biblical calendar worked until it was changed in the 4th century.
Ho, 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 ho.
So, the Saturday Sabbath story is just like Santa and the Easter Bunny. What do we do about it? The Sabbath is the 4th commandment, and it is important for us to keep it. And the Sabbath is on day 7. But that's not Saturday. That is day 7 of the lunar month. The set feasts of Yahweh of Leviticus 23 are fixed days on the lunar month. If you look at Leviticus 23, you'll see that Sabbath is included as one of these fixed days. Notice the first 3 verses of Leviticus 23. Yahweh spoke to Moses, saying, "Speak to the children of Israel, and tell them, the set feasts of Yahweh, which you shall proclaim to be holy convocations, even these are my set feasts." And then it starts listing them. Notice the first one it lists. 6 days shall work be done. But on the 7th day is a Sabbath of solemn rest, a holy convocation. You shall do no kind of work. It is a Sabbath to Yahweh in all your dwellings. From this point, it goes on and it lists all the rest of the days that are set according to the lunar month. Why would this day be any different from the rest? Granted, this seems strange to people who have always been on the Roman time system, since it includes absolutely no weeks of the type later invented by the Romans. However, the Hebrew lunar system happens to be the time system that Yahweh instituted for Israel and used to set up all his set feasts, including the Sabbath. Now you know. Got questions? The research on this has been done, and this is the right time for the remnant. I've been living on this time, holy time, for almost 2 decades. I have a practical knowledge of living on this, as well as a scriptural understanding of holy time. You'll find this in my book. I know you have questions. Read the book. Read the whole book, and you'll find your questions are answered there. The Saturday Sabbath story is just like Santa and the Easter Bunny, and it's time to clean house. Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Darwinian evolution. Junk science.
We see that Charles Darwin wrote a book, and it was published in 1859. And his book on the origin of species, which is really not the whole title, it's telling you what he's really saying. It was Darwinism that gave them scientific justification to go in and dominate the so-called savages. That's what evolution is about. Here's a newspaper article from Australia. The headline is "Blacks Slain for Science's White Superiority Theory." Cross out white superiority theory and put Darwinism, because it's the same thing. Look at this map of Africa. See the little light green part? That's the only part of Africa that was not completely colonized by the Europeans. All the other colors you see on there, that's all areas of Africa that were divided up to the different European nations. Why were they there in Africa? To steal everything in Africa. That's why they were there. They were thieves. They were going into a place that did not belong to them, where they were stronger, where they were more powerful, and they were taking what they wanted. That's what they were doing. And they needed a moral justification for that in the eyes of the soldiers that they sent to die there to make them rich. And Darwinian evolution gave them the excuse they needed. It didn't just happen in Africa. Here in the United States, the indigenous people in America were virtually wiped out. And this too was justified by Darwinian evolution.
Often when racist history is cited, such as stories of slavery, colonialism, genocide of indigenous people, or Nazi atrocities, blame is directed towards the Bible and Bible-believing people. However, a closer look at actual documentation points to another culprit behind elitist racist atrocities. That culprit is Darwinian evolution. This obscured fact of history needs and deserves to be revealed. The film, Darwinian Evolution Junk Science, was made to set this record straight. See it today. See Darwinian Evolution Junk Science, www.truthpoint.info.
Tonight we want to talk about liberty. Liberty is something we all have. And it's something that is imparted to us from our Father in heaven. Yet sometimes we aren't able to fully enjoy our liberty because others want to steal it from us. And then it becomes a lot more difficult. It's wonderful to live in a land that acknowledges and honors liberty. I live in the United States of America. Recently, there's been talk about America. Is it somehow exceptional? And many people say that it's not any more exceptional than any other country. That may be true today. If it is true today, it was not always true. Something that is very exceptional about America, the United States, is that it was formed on the basis of true liberty. Now, after some 240 years, we live in the time when we are seeing that liberty being undermined and soon to be destroyed. It's been betrayed. Let's look a little bit about that. This is Independence Hall in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, called the birthplace of American liberty. And indeed, it goes back a long time. The Declaration of Independence was adopted there on July 4th of 1776. It's said that the design of the American flag was agreed upon there at Independence Hall. The Articles of Confederation were adopted there in 1781, and the Constitution of the United States was drafted and signed there at Independence Hall in 1787. At Independence Hall, we find the Liberty Bell. This bell was ordered in 1751, before the United States was a country, by the Pennsylvania Assembly for use in the Pennsylvania State House. It's called the Liberty Bell because it proclaims liberty. It's from Leviticus 25:10. Inscribed on the bell, it says, "Proclaim liberty throughout all the land unto all the inhabitants thereof." Now realize those people, those first Americans, did not invent liberty. When they wrote the Declaration of Independence there in Independence Hall, and then when they followed that up with the Constitution of the United States, they were not inventing something new. They were inspired by the liberty found in the Scriptures. This was something new in the world. You know, the world has been dark with tyranny for millennia. People, for the most part, have not been able to enjoy freedom through most of human history. So, this verse in Leviticus, proclaiming liberty for all the inhabitants, was a radical idea. And realize that idea was in the Scriptures almost 4,000 years ago. There was only one free people in the whole world. That was the people of Yahweh, the people of Israel. The rest of the world was dark with tyranny. there can be no liberty, there can be no freedom apart from our Creator and His precious, precious Word. And great Americans have known that and relied upon it from the beginning of this country, and that had a lot to do with shaping the freedoms that those first Americans enjoyed and that are crystallized in the Constitution of the United States. For instance, imagine this: the first Chief Justice of the United States Supreme Court, he said this: "The Bible is the best of all books, for it is the Word of God and teaches us the way to be happy in this world and in the next. Continue, therefore, to read it and to regulate your life by its precepts." Can you imagine having a Chief Justice of the United States telling Americans to base their lives on the Bible? That idea seems so strange today, but it was not strange for the first Chief Justice of the United States Supreme Court. This is what the first Americans believed. Or how about Andrew Jackson, President of the United States? He said the Bible is the rock on which our republic rests. Are you starting to see what was unique about the United States of America? The freedom embodied in the Constitution of the United States comes directly from the pages of the Scriptures. How about James Madison, one of the framers of the Constitution? Listen to this: "We have staked the whole future of our new nation not upon the power of government, far from it. We have staked the future of all our political constitutions upon the capacity of each of ourselves to govern ourselves according to the moral principles of the 10 Commandments." Isn't that amazing? President Thomas Jefferson is quoted as saying this, as inscribed at the Jefferson Memorial: "God, who gave us life, gave us liberty. Can the liberties of a nation be secure when we have removed a conviction that these liberties are the gift of God? Indeed, I tremble for my country when I reflect that God is just, that His justice cannot sleep forever." We have a legal doctrine in America that was used through part of the 20th century and is used today, called separation of church and state. And this legal doctrine has been put forth to say that the Bible and the teachings of the Bible are not involved in the governing principles of the United States. But when we actually look at what the founding fathers of the country said, when we actually look at the documents, what we find is that if you remove the Scriptures from the Constitution of the United States, you have gutted liberty out of this country. That's what Thomas Jefferson was saying. Why is that true? Well, today we really have two paradigms. We have the paradigm that was the cornerstone of American liberty. It was the belief from the scriptures that man is created in the image of his creator, with the capacities and the abilities and the freedoms given to him by his creator, called in the Constitution unalienable rights. Freedom. In that Constitution, it says that all men are created equal. And of course, the very word created tells you it's talking about a creator that has given us these rights. So according to the Constitution of the United States, a completely unique document among the family of mankind today. The rights that we enjoy, the freedom, the liberty embodied in the Constitution does not come from the Constitution. It does not come from the government. It comes from our Creator. And therefore, not even the government has a right to take that liberty from us. By contrast, in the 20th century, a new paradigm arose. It's the paradigm of evolution. According to that paradigm, man is really just another animal. Man does not have a creator. Man came about by chance. And we have advanced along the path of evolution through survival of the fittest. In other words, the fiercest, most ruthless creature is the one that survived. Yet somehow we arrived at this idea of having human rights. Now, those two ideas are really opposite ideas. If you're just an animal, like every other animal, how do you have some special rights? And I'm telling you, that's where this is going. Eventually, we're all going to think just like Buddhists who believe that a fly has just as much rights as a human being. That's what comes out of the idea of evolution. However, survival of the fittest implies that the elite have the right to rule because they are the most fit, they have the most power, they have the most resources, so therefore they should rule over the rest of us. That is the real message of evolution. That is the message of despotism, totalitarianism, that is at work in our world, that is trying to push out freedom, that is trying to take away liberty from the God-given rights of individuals, replace them with something called human rights, which are granted by the state and which can be taken away just as quickly. This is where we are at. This is the shell game that is being done right now to steal our God-given rights from us and to substitute it with something like the porridge that was given to Esau. I am not buying that. This is the law of the jungle, where the strongest dominate. This is what is truly dominating the world today. And this is what is threatening liberty. And what has come out of this paradigm? $50 million abortions since abortion was legalized by the Supreme Court of the United States. Survival of the fittest, right? Bible reading and recitation of the Lord's Prayer in school has long since been ruled unconstitutional. Now, how is that possible when you read the things that the forefathers actually said about the Bible, where the first Supreme Court justice told us to read it every day, but you can't read it in school? And then, of course, we've seen in courthouses all across the United States the 10 Commandments, which one of our first presidents told us is the foundation of our behavior in this country. Those 10 Commandments have been removed from the courthouses in America. And as if all of that is not enough, recently, a year ago, the Supreme Court said that behavior, which is condemned in the Scriptures, which has been known to be evil since the beginning of time, is now a human right that we all must observe. So we are in a country where license to offend God is considered liberty, but it is not liberty, it is sin. With all of this having happened in this country, what is to become of liberty? Where there is no God, there can be no liberty. Where there are no scriptures, there can be no foundation for true liberty. So liberty is in danger very soon being totally stamped out of this country. Well, you might say, that's not true because we're a democracy. But if you knew your American history, you would know that this country was not founded to be a democracy. It was founded to be a republic where certain things were held to be true by every person, things that could not be voted upon, like the 10 Commandments. But since around the middle of the 20th century, we have heard this more and more, that America is defending democracy in the world. And many of us have come to think that's a good thing. And to the extent that it protects freedom, it's better than totalitarianism. But Thomas Jefferson and the other founders specifically rejected democracy. And why did they do that? Thomas Jefferson said a democracy is nothing more than mob rule, where 51% of the people may take away the rights of the other 49%. You see, as the population sinks more and more into degradation and moral decay, democracy will drag the country down more and more toward chaos and misery. Now, this is not new. Plato actually talked about democracy. He said, dictatorship naturally arises out of democracy, and the most aggravated form of tyranny and slavery out of the most extreme liberty. A study of history will show you wherever democracy has been practiced, it has always sunk into totalitarianism. Every time. And it's happening again. We have this example of democracy 2 wolves and a sheep voting on what's for dinner. You know, it's funny, except as we see this come about in this country, it's not going to be funny for Bible believers. Without the Bible as the divine standard to govern society, right and wrong are decided by the majority. And you know, the scriptures tell us the majority are always wrong. So where can that lead us? We, friends, are really in trouble in America. And I bring this up talking to our global audience because the downfall of freedom in America is going to mean the downfall of freedom in all the rest of the world. And so this is deadly serious to us all. Now, lately, people have seen this coming. Not everybody, but some people have been awake to what is going on. And they have started to try to take action to preserve liberty. For example, the recent Brexit vote of Britain to exit the European Union. This was a move to try and retain more personal liberty in Britain. Of course, in Europe and in America, there are political movements now that are seeking to conserve what liberty we have and even to try and turn things back around. This is not favored by the elite. For example, in this particular article, one of the elite, James Traub, has an article entitled, "It's Time for the Elites to Rise Up Against the Ignorant Masses." That's telling you what they really think about you, friends. You're just the ignorant masses. And he sees the solution to this move towards more liberty as the establishment political parties combining forces to keep out the nationalists. So there is a war right now between specifically Bible-believing people who believe in liberty that is rooted in the scriptures and the elite that see you as part of the ignorant masses that they want to control for their own benefit. They have resources. And trust me, they have an arsenal to fight against the light of liberty in the world. Now, I have a video about this, and I want to share it.
And again, the establishment, which now hates democracy, viscerally hates democracy, wants to use the EU as a model for spreading effectively dictatorship worldwide. At the moment, according to the House of Commons Library, which has just done a survey, 3 laws in 5 that are made for us by our Parliament in the United Kingdom are in fact only made because Brussels says we must make those laws. Wow. These laws are being enacted because the European Union's commissars, 28 unelected people who meet behind closed doors, have issued what is revealingly called a directive, which we are then obliged, under pain of unlimited and continuing fines, to enact into law in the United Kingdom. That is how far from democracy we are. Now you may say, oh, but I've heard of a thing called the European Parliament. Well, don't imagine that that is anything like a parliament. It is a fig leaf to cover the naked dictatorship behind. And this parliament cannot even bring forward a bill. Can you imagine if the United States had set up a constitution whereby the Congress was not allowed in either house ever to bring forward any new legislation? Yet the Constitution of Europe is that the supreme law of Europe is proposed behind closed doors by the 28 commissars, is drafted behind closed doors by a committee called the Council of Ministers, which doesn't actually have any ministers on it. It's entirely bureaucrats. There's also a rather shadowy group called the Council of Permanent Representatives, another lot of bureaucrats that have their say. Then and only then it goes to the European Parliament. And of course, if right at the outset the commissars have decided to veto whatever law it was, then the European Parliament doesn't get its say at all. So this is an entirely anti-democratic constitution. In fact, it's very like the Soviet constitution on which it was modeled. And all that's happened is the Soviet constitution has moved westward, and we are now effectively the European Supreme Soviet. And it is dragging all of us down with exactly this kind of bureaucratic mishmash of controls and regulations run by people we can't elect and can't remove that you talk of in the transatlantic trade partnership system. And what is happening here is that people like Mr. Obama, who have realized that communism is no longer popular, but who want to build in perma-communism into whatever they do, have discovered that if they make international treaties, either bilateral or multilateral, it doesn't very much matter, under your constitution, those treaties have the force of supreme law in the United States. And they can't be repealed unilaterally as your own laws can. That's the difference. And what is more, all the powers that are transferred, whether it be to the Transatlantic Trade Partnership, whether it be to the European Stability Pact, the European Union, the World Bank, the World Law of the Sea Conference, it doesn't matter which of these entities it is, the UN is another one, there are a growing number of them, all of them very expensive. Not one of these supranational or global bodies has its governing council elected by us, the people of the states parties, to the treaties that set those bodies up. So every time you transfer power from elected hands in the democracies to a global or supranational organization, you're transferring it from elected to unelected hands every time. So every time somebody says, oh, we've got a new wonderful treaty, you will know with a terrible certainty that another large piece of your democracy has been sliced away like a piece of salami. And this is the intention of the left now, is to govern entirely by dictatorship. And so far has it gone that, to give you an example, which is being mirrored in the Transatlantic Trade Partnership, which is why I mention it to you in America too, is that the European Stability Pact, to which Britain doesn't belong because we're not part of the failing euro currency zone. But the regulations, that the treaty that sets up that pact, creates a governing council which can, at will, whenever it likes, call upon any of the member states of that group, the European Stability Pact, for unlimited amounts of money. And what is more, the people who are on this governing council, who are of course elected by nobody, they're so unaccountable that even if they decided to take the money and run off with it and put it into their bank accounts in the Cayman Islands or Switzerland or Belgium, which is now becoming one of the biggest money laundering centers in the world, then the Stability Pact terms say that those people cannot be prosecuted and they cannot be sued in any civil court either. They are completely immune. They have absolute financial power over all the countries that belong to that treaty, absolute power. And even if they choose to exercise that power criminally, nobody can do anything to stop them.
There's so much in that little clip. And the truth is, it's all true. And what it shows us is how right Thomas Jefferson and the other founding fathers in America were to decide that America would not be a democracy. Because a democracy is so easy for the elite to undermine and take over. Basically, that's what you see in the European Union. They have a veneer that looks like democracy, something called a parliament that has absolutely no power whatsoever. And all the people that are running the EU are behind the scenes. You don't even know their names. They are the elite. And they are the ones that are controlling Europe and a good part of the rest of the world. And this is considered a model for the UN, for the coming one world government. As a matter of fact, you would think with Britain voting to leave the EU, other countries in Europe also having similar movements coming up, that the EU now would be saying, oh, we're going to reform, we're going to become more open and transparent, we're going to listen to the people. No, that's not what's happening. What they're talking about now is crystallizing the EU even more into a super state, like the Soviet Union. And along with that, they want their own army, one army controlled by all of the EU. It is a nightmare. Lord Monckton mentioned about the power of international trade agreements. These international trade agreements are being used by the globalist elite to entrap countries of the world into the global governance scheme. And America is well along down this line. One of the important things that Lord Monckton mentioned, which is true, is that all nations, including the United States, that enter into international treaties, those treaties then have a status above the law within the country. And this is very dire for people who love freedom because they don't get to say anything about it. Those treaties get made. In many cases, they never even know what's in them, and they totally change the lives of people who are involved in those treaties. They advance the globalist agenda, and they steal freedom. Now, let me give you some examples of what I'm talking about. We often hear from Donald Trump. He talks about trade a lot and globalization and how free trade is a job killer and steals jobs away from America. Maybe you've heard some of this, maybe you've seen it on TV. But this is exactly what has happened. 20 years ago, NAFTA was enacted into law. It is a trade agreement between the United States, Canada, and Mexico. And what has it led to in those 20 years? A staggering $188 billion trade deficit for the United States. The loss of at least 1 million jobs that have left the United States, most of which have gone to Mexico. So it has meant income inequality, displacement for many Americans, and of course, a huge amount of immigration from Mexico into America. Well, has this been good for the people of America? Whole manufacturing sectors in America have been shut down by NAFTA. However, we see the leaders of these countries continuing to push NAFTA. For instance, just recently, the Mexican president urged North American integration. That was his response to the British exiting the EU. He's saying the United States, Canada, and Mexico must become like the EU. This, of course, has been a globalist plan for some time. This is called the North American Union. You know, it used to be, when people would talk about this, that they would be called conspiracy theorists. Now, it's right in Yahoo News, coming from the lips of the President of Mexico. Recently, the presidents of the three countries met in Canada. And this article tells us North America leaders mount strong defense of trade despite threats. The threats it's talking about are the threat that Donald Trump might try to reverse NAFTA. And the important thing here, President Obama said this: the integration of national economies into a global economy, that's here, that's done. Obama told a news conference at the end of a summit dubbed the Three Amigos. Let that sink in. The integration of national economies into a global economy is here. It's done. You see, this is how far globalism has progressed. On this level of trade, there already is one world government. And it's structured through the use of all of these treaties. Here's a map I found of this on Wikipedia. Global economic integration via multilateral treaties. Well, you might wonder, okay, but these are trade treaties. How can these take our liberty away from us? Well, a lot of our liberty depends on economic factors. So that's one reason. But here, where the three amigos were talking together, we noticed on the screen, leaders agree on environmental pact, LGBTQ rights. Now, they're supposed to be talking about trade agreements, but they're talking about an environmental pact and LGBTQ rights. Why is that? It's because if it's an international treaty, then it's binding on the United States without anybody voting on it. This is why in America we are having a lot of weird stuff that is being pushed down our throats. And it's being disguised as if somehow it arises from American law. But it is, in fact, entirely alien to American law. It's being pushed down our throats in the same way that EU law is pushed down the throats of the United Kingdom because of international treaties. Things that shouldn't be in trade treaties, such as things having to do with morals and human rights, are being included in those treaties to make them binding upon Americans and people of other countries. This is what is actually happening. This is how the globalist government is even right now being imposed upon America. And how our liberties are being betrayed by our leaders of this country, traitors to the Constitution of the United States of America and everything that this country was founded upon. If you don't believe me, look at this. This is put out by the United Nations, entitled The World Trade Organization and Global Governance. The booklet basically explains how to use trade to govern the world. They are way farther ahead on all of this than the average American could even imagine. A few people understand it. You see here a protester. Free trade is corporate tyranny. And of course, that's what's behind it all, isn't it? The big money, the elite, taking over the world. The man behind the curtain that you don't see, controlling our elected leaders and stealing our liberty. Here's a new organization, relatively new, GIFTA. Transformations in Global Governance, Integration via Free Trade Agreements. You get it? It's a conspiracy. It really is. A conspiracy to integrate the nations of the world without you or I even seeing what's really going on, thinking that our nation is not being changed where we live, and actually all the while we're being tied into this one world government, and the noose is being tightened tighter and tighter as our liberties are being stolen from us. What is happening is a lot like the Wizard of Oz. Remember that big scary wizard? What happened when little Toto pulled back the curtain? Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. We found out there was just a fallible human being who was doing it all. Very similar to what President Obama recently said. They'll warn that tyranny is always lurking just around the corner. You should reject those voices. Pay no attention to those people stealing your liberty. So who is it behind the curtain? Well, if we want to put a face on it, and it's not just one man, it's the globalists, but you could put the face on it of George Soros. And so we want to talk about him. He gave $1 million to Barack Obama's super PAC. Not a lot of money for him because he's a super billionaire. But nevertheless, certainly enough for President Obama to owe him. And not only did he give money directly to Obama's election, but also he backed the progressive agenda of the Democratic Party with $159 million. Think about that a minute. $159 million. That's a lot of money to spread around Washington, isn't it? Agenda supporters were linked to at least $159 million in donations or political contributions from wealthy backer George Soros for the new far-left progressive agenda. You wonder why things are changing so rapidly in America? Do you think all of this money could have anything to do with it? The Blaze kind of represented it like this. Who's really in charge? Well, it's not just President Obama that has received this money. Hillary Clinton has received at least $8 million, not to mention PACs supporting her election, much more money, and realize that Soros is tied into a whole network of people like him, whom he directs their money into all of this too. So, what we're seeing is the march of Hillary. It doesn't matter how many scandals there are. It doesn't matter even if she's responsible for giving away secrets of the United States. None of that matters because she has the support of the elite. And even where anybody who reads the law and listens to the statement of the FBI director, James Comey, would come to the reasonable conclusion that she broke the law, she was given a pass. It says in the National Review, in essence, in order to give Mrs. Clinton a pass, the FBI rewrote the statute, inserting an intent element that Congress did not require. How is that possible? It certainly isn't possible because our country is governed equally by a rule of law. That would not be possible. As Paul Ryan, the House Speaker, said, it defies explanation, and damage is being done to the rule of law. A common response of the people is, why should I obey the law if our leaders don't have to? So this is how it is in America today. Let me tell you something, liberty goes along very closely with justice. Where there is no justice, there is no liberty. And justice is gone. From the highest levels of America, it has been bought and paid for by the elite. Many people ask the question, how could Director Comey come to this illogical conclusion? Who would have enough power to actually be able to threaten him? There are parties that could. Well, if we want to know what is behind the growing unrest in the world that is threatening the liberty of the United States and people everywhere, all we really have to do is follow the money. And we will see that the liberty of this country is being sold out for the globalist agenda. Now, we've mentioned George Soros, the man behind the curtain. Here's some news reports about him. This was a rather amazing headline, don't you think? How George Soros single-handedly created the European refugee crisis. Has that affected unrest in the world? Has that increased terrorism? Has that brought death and destruction to many people in the world? The money of George Soros and his friends is behind that. And this article proves that. And it is his organization, Open Society Foundations, that funded all of this. As a matter of fact, one reporter found in 2015 at the Greek island of Lesbos, which I found interesting, the migrant handbooks in Arabic that were being handed out to the migrants, and they basically said, welcome to the EU. Now, this was not from the EU, this was from George Soros, basically showing them how they could get welfare, get all kinds of benefits by going into the EU, promoting the migration to Europe. Here's some more that article says. George Soros is almost certainly a catalyst for much of the geopolitical turmoil now occurring. He is intent on destroying national borders and creating a global governance structure with unlimited powers. Do you wonder why we have an open border on our southern border in America, even though terrorism is a major threat and concern? Do you think the fact that that's what George Soros wants could have anything to do with that? Soros sees himself as a missionary carrying out the globalist agenda. He uses his vast political connections to influence government policy and create crisis, both economic and social, to further this agenda. Basically, what happens with George Soros is he bets on the failure of not only companies, but also countries. And then he makes it happen. And then he gets super wealthy from it. So he is a parasite on the world. And he's spreading chaos around the world, getting rich on it, and stealing the liberty of the people and pushing the globalist agenda. Soros funded opposition groups during the so-called Arab Spring revolutions. Do you think people eking out a living in the countries of the Middle East could afford to travel into the big city centers and have demonstrations and challenge the government? Do you think that just happened by itself? That's what the media wanted people to believe, but it could only happen because this all got coked up with money from the globalists and a lot of training too, by the way, from globalist organizations. The Ukraine. Again, something we think, okay, that's just something that happened. No, this was all coked up by George Soros. Billionaire financier George Soros was behind the Ukrainian uprising. He himself admits it. And he applauds the uprising against the Ukrainian police. That's what you see over and over again in these countries where George Soros has been at work, is he instigates groups within the countries against the police, the local police, to cause chaos and to overthrow those countries. He's figured it out. He knows. It's the local police officer that is really holding back the tide. It's the local police officer in every country that is actually dealing with the problems of that country on a personal basis with the people. If he can overturn the local police officer in any country, he can create revolution. And he's done it over and over again. What about Poland? What about Israel and the Palestinians? The fingerprints of George Soros are all over it. These are just some articles I was able to find. What is he doing that none of us know about? Chances are, if there is unrest, he's involved. He uses anarchy to unhinge liberty and to make himself super wealthy in the process and to create a globalist government. It's very interesting that in 2012, George Soros predicted class warfare in America. He said that it was likely for riots to occur in America that could bring a society where individual liberty is much more constrained. And that is what's going to happen, isn't it? As there's more chaos on the streets where police themselves feel under fire, what is going to happen to individual liberty? It will be more suppressed. That is what will happen. He knows it. And he told us in advance. How could he do that? He could do that because he's helped to pay the bill to make it happen. Ferguson, he funded those protests, $33 million. You know, that'll buy a lot of broken windows, a lot of Molotov cocktails, a lot of looting and destruction. His Open Society Foundation was behind much of that. The Baltimore riots, a product of the Soros machine. George Soros has been heavily involved in the social unrest and movement-wrecking activity that has taken place all across the United States in recent months. From Florida to Ferguson and now Baltimore, George Soros foundations have been involved. What he's been doing in America is the same thing he did in the Ukraine, the same thing he did in the Arab Spring and other countries around the world. Just as he sought to collapse those countries, he's seeking to do the same thing to the United States of America. And he's doing it with the blessing of the elite and even establishment figures whom he is funding. Politico magazine reported major donors consider funding Black Lives Matter. All of this was stoked up by George Soros. A meeting of super wealthy elites with leaders of the Black Lives Matter group. This happened last year in 2015. And they formed a club. These people, these wealthy people, they formed a club. Not only to give insane amounts of money to Black Lives Matter, but it says here, the club and some of its members also are considering ways to funnel support directly to scrappier local groups that have utilized confrontational tactics. Confrontational tactics is a more acceptable term for the word violence. Here's another one. Black Lives Matter, Ferguson activists were paid with Soros money to protest. So here we are, months later. Exactly when the country is outraged over the lack of justice and liberty in the case of Hillary Clinton. Thinking about that, thinking about what it means, we have this happen. The Black Power shooter shooting 12 police officers in Dallas, 5 of them killed. We're seeing attacks on police officers all over the country, following the pattern as to what has happened with George Soros and the globalists in other countries where countries have been taken down. Just recently, this is the front page of the Drudge Report. It looks like war, doesn't it? Cops targeted across America. Riot watch issued for Louisiana. Panthers target pigs. Hate group urges gangs to kill. Lynch to protesters. Don't be discouraged. Now, isn't that amazing? Here's a representative of the current administration in the midst of all of this, basically telling the protesters, keep going with this. And Hillary Clinton calls on whites to change their ways, like she has a right to judge the citizens of America with the things she's done. So here we have unrest in America, and probably worse than that. And in the days leading up to this discussion, what has been going on? Protests. Violent protests. Not the kind of protests like Martin Luther King, that were non-violent protests, where he told the people not to be violent, and where they were protesting visible kinds of discrimination. No, in this case, it's indiscriminate. Officers murdered without even knowing who they are or what they've done. In this case, protesters using fireworks, throwing Molotov cocktails, causing destruction, so that hundreds had to be arrested in various places across the country. Let's not blame them. They're being used. They're being coked up. They're being lied to. And they only represent a small part of their community. Let's look at who's really causing this. These are the people we should be concerned with. George Soros and the elite who are cooking all of this up to steal the liberty away from the United States of America. I put together a little video about some of these events, which I want to share.
To use that in this type of situation.
Again, you'll have to ask the Dallas Police Department about that.
But do you see that kind of remaking any of the guidelines for that type
Dynamic situations in the one that you saw in Dallas are creative, and they have to be dealt with in a creative way.
What was your message to your...
I can't hear you.
What was your message to your officers this morning?
That's between myself and my officers.
There's a vigil coming up this Sunday at San Jacinto Plaza. Does the department have any special plans on...
I'm not revealing that information.
Are you aware of the vigil
Yes,
at San
we
Jacinto
are.
Plaza?
What do you have to say to people who will be protesting out there on Sunday, Black Lives Matter people? What do you have to say to them?
Black Lives Matter, as far as I'm concerned, is a radical hate group. And for that purpose alone, I think the leadership of this country needs to look a little bit harder at that particular group. The consequences of what we saw in Dallas is due to their efforts. Any other question?
Join us right now, somebody we call on at times like this, Milwaukee County Sheriff David Clark. Good morning to you, Sheriff.
Good morning.
What are the emotions that you feel waking up this morning, and where are we at in society? Are we experiencing a war on cops?
Yeah, thanks. You know, I said that now going on almost 2 years ago that war had been declared on the American police officer. Probably said it on your program after the two of New York's finest were gunned down in their cruiser by an individual who claimed to be making amends for Mike Brown in Ferguson, Missouri. Some people thought that that was a little over the top, and I said war had been declared. War had been declared, but the American police officer knows it has. This is just another ugly chapter in that war.
David, you're obviously looking at, as the sheriff of Milwaukee County, you're looking at these types of situations, a coordinated attack, clearly. Waiting on some sort of mass gathering, you know, coordinated, waiting on a mass gathering of individuals, waiting to gun down police. How can you prepare for something like that? And do you think that we're going to see more of these types of attacks?
Well, I would hope not, but you can't prepare for an ambush like that. We've seen law enforcement officers ambush. One happened not too long ago in Houston. We were just filling up his cruiser with gasoline, and then, like I said, the ones in NYPD. Those aren't the only three, but you can't prepare for that ambush. I mean, we understand the dangers inherent in this sort of work, but when somebody's going to set you up to ambush you, there's really not much you can do.
Let me ask you this. What does it say, though, given the fact that one of the fella who was cornered and shot himself rather than be taken alive said the end is coming and he's going to try to hurt as many cops as he possibly can?
I don't know what to say to some stupid comment like that. He probably did society a benefit by ending it the way that he did. But going back to President Obama, it's kind of interesting that he said the facts aren't in. He usually is popping off at the mouth before he's been briefed or before he knows any of the facts. You know, like he did yesterday without any foundation. He talked about racism and disparate treatment and people of color, all this nonsense. Like I said, he's armed with powerful words, and he uses those words irresponsibly. It fuels this sort of anger toward the American police officer, and I wish he'd knock it off. Yesterday, what we got from President Obama was, and this is, you know, there's some aspects this is the right thing to do. He said, my thoughts and prayers are with the families of the two people who were caught in those tragic situations in Louisiana and Minnesota. But he says nothing today. He's waiting for facts to emerge. He says nothing about condolences, and he won't visit or call any of those families either.
Yeah.
What happened last night was the worst attack on law enforcement since September 11.
Yeah.
The people of Dallas should not feel guilty about it. It could have happened anyplace else in America. Police officers in this country feel they have a target on their back. And they felt that way for over a year now. Police officers Ramos and Liu, who were assassinated on purpose.
In New York City, yeah.
Yeah. And this man made his motives clear. He was killing them. I'm just reading from the police commissioner. He wanted to kill officers. And he expressed killing white people. He expressed killing white officers. He expressed anger for Black Lives Matter. None of that makes sense, said Chief Brown.
There's something bigger behind this. There is an agenda behind it. Here's something I added to my slides just before this presentation tonight from the Dallas Morning News. There was a viral post by the Fort Worth Police Officers Association that said Black Lives Matter kills cops. And among other things, the Dallas Morning News says this Police Officers Association posted as proof something from a Facebook listing from something called Black Lives Matter Dallas, Texas chapter. And it starts out saying, "Good morning. In lieu of last night's murders of the 5 Dallas, Texas officers, it is what is, justified." And it goes on to say that these killings were justified. Where is this all going to end up? Other countries where this has been done, where this has been incited, it has ended up in overturning those countries. It could be, and likely will be, the end of liberty in America. Here's the plan. It's been the plan for quite a long time. They've been working on it. Collapse America into the United Nations. Finally form that one world government out in the open. The United States, from its manner of inception, is different than the other countries of the world. Having been based on liberty from our Creator. To have a one world government, that's got to be done away with. And that's what this is all about. You know, when you look at the news and you see all of these things happening, you see things about trade, you see things about commerce, jobs leaving the country, the middle class shrinking, violent uprisings, people shooting police, and on and on. You wonder, what is this all about? Does this have any common thread? I shared with you what that common thread is in the Daniel seminar. The common thread is this push, this move towards a global government. This is now well underway. And this is why, for the elite, liberty must be destroyed in America. That will happen. I wish I could tell you that at this point in time, we could turn this around. Because it's heartbreaking to see these things happening. You know, just to see what happened with those officers who were shot in Dallas. Read the reports of their families. Read the reports of all the people that they helped who are heartbroken over this. Seeing all of this chaos across the country that's going to get worse and worse. It's heartbreaking to even think about the human cost of all of this, the misery that this is bringing about, and of course, where this has to end up with the loss of liberty, what remains of it in America. So I don't want to say this is what's going to happen. I also know that there are many good people in America, fine people, God-fearing people. And we all need to pray for them. But the truth is, there are not enough. There are too many ignorant people in America who don't know the history, who haven't taken time to know what the truth is, who can easily be pawns of the elite and the push to globalism. We know what the times are from the scriptures. We know this is the final generation. And so we know from Bible prophecy that the plan is going to succeed. Where this is going to end up, according to the scriptures, is here. A one-world government without God, without liberty, can form or die. That's the world that is descending right now. What are we to do in the face of this impending threat? Friends, we have to be like those first Americans. We have to put our trust in our Creator. We have to believe in Him. We have to believe in His Word. We need, more than ever before, to conform our lives according to His thinking, according to what He says. We need to draw close to Him. We need to look at our priorities. We need to keep our families strong in Him. And as we see this growing unrest, it would be wise if we continue to become as free as we can be. Don't get yourself in unnecessary debt. Try to get free of debt. Get as close as you can to other like-minded believers, because you're going to need one another as these things unfold. And get ready for the second Exodus, because the nations of this world, the Gentile nations of this world, they're going to be left without anything of any reality to cling to. And Yeshua Messiah talked about it. He talked about the house built on the rock and the house built on the sand. What happened when the storm came? Well, just imagine a global government built on the sand. These nations, these Gentile nations, they're going to be shaken. And it's going to be no place you want to live. Prepare now, because escape is still possible in the remnant Exodus. Our Father has promised us He will make a place of safety for His people. And there will be a second Exodus, this time not just from one nation, but from all the Gentile nations. And all of those who belong to him will be drawn together according to these same principles of liberty found in the Scriptures with the Lord of Lords and King of Kings as our King. And he's even now working to pull us together, to draw us together, to make us ready. Pay attention to that in your heart. Speak to him about it. Come up with your agenda of what you need to do to be ready. Ask him about it. He's going to help you. This second Exodus is going to be a triumph of liberty. At the very time when liberty is being blotted out around the world, Yahweh is preparing a place of liberty and freedom and deliverance for his people. Friends, we don't have to be afraid of the things that are coming upon this world because already our Father in heaven is working at making a place. Let's just put him first. Let's do his will. And let's prepare ourselves for the remnant Exodus. Thanks for listening.
Isn't the world around us going insane? Do you want to return to sanity and establish order in your life? Return to the sturdy foundation that Yahweh established in the beginning. Torah is the foundation. It is Yah's standard of righteousness that he established in the beginning. In the Torah, the first 5 books of Moses, we are introduced to our Creator. We learn who he is and what his name is and what it means. His moral standard, his ways as a person, how he interacts with his people, and what he wants from us. Join Eliyahu ben David in this rich verse-by-verse study of the Torah and bring sanity back to your life. If you would like to listen to these vital programs, you can hear them for free on our radio station at tsion.org or download the Zion Road radio app and listen on your mobile device. You can also find our station on the TuneIn radio app for iOS and Android devices. Or become a Torah Club member at zion.net, that is tsion.net, for only $12 a month, and gain full access to the Eliyahu ben David Bet Midrash program archives in MP3 format. Join us this Sabbath for the Eliyahu ben David Bet Midrash and bring order back to your life.
When you call upon the name of Yahweh, you'll be saved. Call upon his holy name in the last days. Upon the name of Yahweh, you'll be saved. Father will hear your cry and answer you from on high. When you call
For whatever things were written before were written for our learning, that we, through the patience and comfort of the Scriptures, might have hope. You know, the apostles, they were Torah scholars. This is why I'm doing Zion Academy. The lessons include 2-hour audio programs and quiz modules. All the lessons in the Torah can be applied to us today. Not to mention, they open up the renewed covenant scriptures in a whole new level, much like the apostles had understanding of the Torah. Plus, I can do the courses in my own time, at my own pace, with no prerequisites, and at a very low cost. I can do them here. Or here.
Zion Academy students are provided with study materials, the Zion Messianic Scriptures, in-depth verse-by-verse programs, and quizzes with your final grade and a certificate at the end of the course. Zion Academy also offers assignments for students who would like to opt in to take part in the Zion Tabernacle live Shabbat meetings. Become immersed in the Torah. Find out how you can become a Zion Academy student at zion.org.